we go, is it? Yeah, it's that one. Okay. Hello. You got a few people waiting. What are you waiting for? My snacks and goodies are all ready. Where's mine? Where's mine? We will love all 3 hours. It's not 3 hours, it's 3.5. How long was it unedited? Unedited was about 3 hours 20 minutes. Let me just do that. Yeah, so this is aside from a few minutes of me and RJ talking at the start, which were different recorded clips anyway, this is basically going to start off as me just saying, here we are, RJ Torbert. So he talks about a lot. Fantastic faces, the questions asked, scary movie mask types, scary movie killer masks, you know, it's asked about. Stories about Wes, stories about RJ's involvement with Graceland and Elvis, stories with regards to plane rides that RJ's been on, and you know, who he's encountered on planes. It is 98% Scream and Ghostface, but this, you know, the other 2% is some of RJ's personal stories and just what he's done over time. So yeah, it's should be good. Excuse me, but for the most part, I've just had some Pepsi Max and it's making me burp. Typical. But yeah, for the most part, you're gonna see the full interview without any edits. So on occasion, you will see me reach just here, which is where there was a GoPro. So when RJ did the Zoom meeting, I recorded off the screen my main monitor to get RJ's footage. The audio was from my microphone, and the audio was from obviously him on the Zoom call. So all the computer recording was solely RJ, and it was a full screen. So I recorded RJ all off the computer. There was a camera just up here, a Sony camera, and there was a GoPro just here. Okay, so just so you know, at different points in the interview, you will see me reach, or you will hear the GoPro beep. The GoPro was playing up, but I only wanted the GoPro to record my side because it had a wide angle lens and you could see more of the collection. So I thought, if I'm going to record this, I want as best an angle as the collection as people can see. And obviously RJ was full screen. So I had a camera just above the monitors recording me at one angle, looks down on me, which you'll see. The GoPro recorded me for the wide angle, and then the recording to the computer, which was basically everything RJ did. So I recorded RJ separately compared to the two cameras that was recording me. So obviously you have to edit that to make it work as one video. So there's an edit in the form of the overlay and how it's edited with regards to how it looks. But for the most part, as you'll see when the video starts, this is basically the full interview from start to finish of me and him talking. So as I say before, there's 2-3 minutes me and him were talking and I was testing the recording settings, which is irrelevant, and it was just between me and him. But for 3 hours and 20 minutes at least, it was me and RJ talking and doing the interview. So there was almost 50 questions in the interview. So each question can be 3-4 minutes of answers, you know. So it depends. But as you will see on the playback, there are times when I say, oh RJ, if you want this edited, just say. Because I said to him, look, if there's anything you've said that you don't want putting in, you've changed your mind, tell me, we'll stop recording and we'll start again and go for the next question. But he didn't do it. He never did it once. There's, let's say, almost 50 questions, but there's probably only 2 of the questions where I ask and he says, I'll just say yes or I'll just say no. The other questions are heavily explained and heavily detailed, as you will see. So yeah, I can only say enjoy. But yeah, there's times where my view will change from top view to GoPro view, top view to GoPro view, because the camera was playing up. The GoPro was plugged into the mains so it wouldn't lose charge and the battery wouldn't die halfway through me talking. And I think every time the GoPro reached a capacity of full charge, it knocked the GoPro off, it stopped it recording, which is weird. So the GoPro was a pain in the arse, but at the same time I was able to edit it in between the two camera views, and RJ's was the less problematic out of all the recording files. But there you go. Let's have a look then. I'll just have a look at the chat, and we will be starting the interview exactly at 8:30, because that's what I've told people, that's what they're expecting. I know there's some fans here now, obviously you probably want it to start in 3 minutes, but the interview will start at 8:30, as close as. So we can always show you a couple of new additions to the collection in the next few minutes. So there you go. And also this webcam, you remember how the other one never used to like focusing? This is a new webcam. This one will focus. There you go, it focuses, look. So this is one of the newest additions to the collection, and even better, dedicated to Wes Craven, and rightfully so as well. Also from the new film, it's going to be a bit glary. You can see the webcam in the reflection, but yeah, the score from the new film. But yeah, but look, you can actually read the writing. Let's just try it with the ring light off. Yeah, it's not too good, is it? But you can actually read small text. So when we go over some masks in the future, I'm going to show you some manufacture dates and the factory names. You can actually see them on the stream rather than just seeing a blurred bit of text. So yeah, new additions in the score. The score, actually, this. Anyone that knows Nate Reagan, well, you should do. Nate has recently brought this, and on the back here, the bonus cuts and the extras. Yeah, when it's going to focus. There you go. So the bonus cuts and extras of all the releases that Varis Saraband have done, who obviously sell this, this is the only set where you get the bonus extras. So I encourage you to go and get this. This is the one that costs $77. And obviously, yeah, this comes along with it. So the vinyls and the other sets don't come with the extras. So if you want everything of the latest collection with regards to the scores and previously unreleased tracks, that's the set to get. That's a good camera. Right, let me just double check some chat then. We've got about 6 minutes before we can properly start it going. Let's have a look here. Who have we got? We got Woods Slasher, we got Miguel Sonic, we got Dylan, Cutting Room Floor, we got Melinda, hello Melinda, hello Jamil, we got Scottish Lindsay, which is Woods Slasher. Some fans are mentioned in the interview. There's not many fans mentioned in the interview. These were basically, this wasn't on purpose, it wasn't anything nasty. They were just questions me and RJ put together over a couple of months. In some of the conversations, fans' name crop up now and again. So you'll see and hear that exactly for yourself. While the interview is playing, I shall be monitoring the chat on the YouTube. So I'm sure that people here watching right now, that you're going to keep it sensible. So please, if there's any hate or moaning about answers to questions, which I honestly don't think there will be, because the questions asked are actually quite reasonable and the answers given are quite good. But please, please keep it reasonable in the chat. Don't get nasty. Don't get hating. Keep it sensible, and you know, just try and enjoy the interview. Yes, it's long, but there's a lot of questions. There's a lot of answers, and many of them answers are definitely not short, but they're also very interesting. So yeah, but yeah, please just, you know, keep it reasonable. What's that say then? Does the Scream 2 CD include the Hans Zimmer and the Danny Elfman stuff? I don't know, you know. I've not properly played any of the discs yet. Let's have a look. So if you, obviously this is just a sleeve. and then it opens out to be a full mask. And yeah, you do that and all your CDs go everywhere. There's a booklet. If anyone's seen Nate's video on this particular box set of CDs, then you should already have seen this. But Nate did notice there's a very rare image of Ghostface that we never really saw in full before. This was more in line with Scream 3. But you didn't really see him with a knife like that before. It was very rare to see that full image of Ghostface from Scream 3 there. Let's have a look. So Scream, this is the one that you won't get of any other set. Bonus cuts and extras. See how it focuses? Bloody hell, look at that. See, this looks to be from Scream, Scream 2, Scream 3 and Scream... So from the first 4 films, this bonus tracks from all 4 films before 2022 film. I don't know what extra there is on the 2022, if any. I haven't properly looked yet. But now Zach Bartram has said that about Scream 2, I'm wondering now. See, this track 4 is Your Lucky Day, which makes me think of the... oh, there you go. Sid and Dewey talk, introducing Gale again. Dewey's theme, number 9. When it focuses. Come on, mate. I've just been saying you're a good camera, mate. There you go. Number 9, look, Dewey's theme. CC's home. CC gets the call. CC is killed. There's a few CC ones. Sid runs into Derek, murder in the van with an RDS. Yeah. So yeah, Scream, Scream 2. 2 discs of extras for Scream 3. Scream 4, and then the bonus content. I'll put this back for the minute. But yeah, I'm going to be putting them into the player downstairs and seeing what comes out of the speakers. And RJ's just sent a message. What's he saying? RJ's just sent a direct message on Twitter. What? We got to cancel it. Oh, okay. I can't get this damn thing back in there. Oh, come on, mate. I'll leave it for... There you go. Let me have a look. Let's just have a look here. Oh, it's RJ wishing us luck. So RJ says good luck. And yeah. Hope there's no disappointment. I don't think any of you is going to be disappointed. I think many of you are going to be insanely interested as to what he's got to say to particular questions. Obviously there's always a question of the fantastic faces. Obviously there's always a question of scary movie killer type, which are both asked. So I'm not saying anything about what was answered. You will see that for yourself. But during the... there we go, got 1 minute to go. During the interview playthrough, I shall be here. You won't hear me, you won't see me. You're just going to see an overlay similar to what you're seeing now. And you're going to see the interview in the middle of the screen like you're seeing me on the webcam now. This is not a full screen interview. I want the individual video that's already uploaded to YouTube of RJ's interview to take that place tomorrow. So after tonight, or in the early hours of this morning, however long I'm up, this actual stream will be set to private. Okay, offline. And then as soon as I do that, I shall make the other one, the full interview, as in the single interview of the video. Can't even get my words out. That'll be on a different link and people can watch it as they please. But I wanted it in the live stream to give the live feedback and see people's reactions as it played. Right, let's get on with it then. So remember, there's no editing. None. So when you say, oh yeah, there's a cat moaning outside, or RJ, we can edit this if you want. This is it. It's full. This is how it was filmed. This is how it played out. Right. Okay. Yeah, but please, just keep it reasonable in the chat. I hope for the most part that the chat is slow, because you'll be watching and listening. Maybe some of you are going to type something after he's answered a particular question, you know, that's fine. But I'll be here watching the chat. As I say, you won't hear me, you won't see me. You're just going to get that interview in the middle of the screen. So, as they say, without further ado, let's get the interview started, and I'll see you afterwards. So after the interview's played out, the screen will change like it's going to in a minute, and you'll see this ugly face again. So here you go. Enjoy the interview. This was originally filmed on February the 5th of, was it a Saturday morning? For RJ, it was just after 9 in the morning. For me, it was just after 2 in the afternoon. I was actually late for work because it overran. But at the same time, work had already been told that it may overrun. So I worked extra at work to make up for it. Anyway, let's get on with it and let's let you lot see the interview. Where's this video? Oh no, it's not working. Right, okay. So I'll keep an eye on the chat, but here you go. Enjoy the interview. We have RJ Torbert here, Director of Licensing of Fun World, and when it comes to Ghostface in particular, RJ's the person that you know, is on the end of the phone calls or the emails. If studios or TV, movies, etc., merchandising, then you know, anything goes through RJ. So introducing for the first time in quite a while, RJ Torbert. Hello, RJ.
How you doing, the Night Zombie? How are you?
Night Zombie.
You know, it's time to do something before my hair goes totally white. So here we are, and I think it's probably a good appropriate time considering where we are with everything. And
it's been busy.
I've had to turn down many interviews, and I decided that really you really deserve the time with all the support that you've given to Ghostface over the years and to the fans.
I try, but yeah, thank you.
You know, it's
other fans as well.
Yeah. And I think that this is the most appropriate place to try to give the time and try to give an update or talk a little bit about a number of things, and hopefully the fans will enjoy it. Yeah. I hope so, anyway.
Yeah, many of the fans in recent time, obviously there's always questions about, you know, mass types and this and that, the other, but one of the most common questions in recent time, when's the RJ interview coming? When's it coming? And like, it's coming when he's got the time. He's travelling into Fun World especially to do the interview, and here we are, February the 5th, Saturday morning in New York at least. It is 2:20 in the afternoon for the UK. But here we are, we've got a bit of paperwork here, which is obviously questions. So we'll make a start, RJ, if we can.
Sure.
So some people.
I'm going to try to answer the questions the best that I can, and and you know, there may be some things that I can't answer, so you know, I need some understanding here. So but I will do my very best.
Okay. No, that's all good. It's the fact you're here and doing it like this is a major bonus, and yeah, of course, not every single question can always be every single detail for obvious, maybe even legal reasons sometimes, but that's fine. So we've got number one here. We put together this list over quite a bit of time, haven't we? Last couple of months at least. But number one, you came to Fun World just in time for the first contact, so to speak, with regards to Scream. You know, 1996 Scream, just in case there's any confusion. So you have many stories with regards to, you know, the meetings and the negotiations. And in recent time, on some of the recent media for the latest film, we've seen some of the cast and even Mr. Williamson, Kevin, talk in relation to the story of how the mask was discovered. But I know that you've obviously spoke to Wes during the years, and obviously more so with Scream 4, but of course you did with the first original films. So, what was the story with Wes and the initial find of the mask or the penal-eyed ghost, whatever you like to refer to it? What was Wes telling you at the time, in that '96 time?
Okay, well, I know that there's been a lot of comments out there that have been printed,
Yeah,
and I what I can tell you is what Wes told me.
yeah,
So how everybody takes that, it's up to them.
mm.
And um, one of my conversations with Wes was that originally he had found the mask on a bedpost in um, during scouting locations and looking at a house,
Yeah,
and then about maybe 6 to 8 months later, the conversation came up again about, because we were talking about a number of other things, and um, he brought up the fact that he misremembered that incident, and that Marianne Madalena discovered the mask during scouting locations.
okay.
And she brought the mask to him, and they were able to contact us here at Fun World because there was a tag
Yeah,
on the mask and the header card.
right.
So evidently the gentleman who had passed away was a mask collector.
Hmm.
So as I put on the back of the 25th anniversary mask, I gave credit to Marianne Madalena because, yes, that's it.
That's the one.
Because that's what Wes recalled to me. All these other people between the cast, the crew, and the other Kevin, you had mentioned, their names never came up to me. So I'm going by what Wes told me.
Yeah.
So that's the way that I have it, and I'm going to take his word for it, that's how and who found it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's just in case the fans. There you go. I mean, there was bilingual languages on these boxes, and there's one that was just English language, and
I wanted to
say on the
do.
back, doesn't it?
Yeah, I wanted to do a 25th anniversary of the mask back in 2016, and as you mentioned earlier, it did go through some unofficial type names. I mean, people did refer to it as the peanut-eyed ghost.
Yeah.
There was people had their own little nicknames for it. I called it the Ghost in Pain because if you look at it, I had never seen a ghost that looked like it was in pain before. But when we were approached and we got the phone call, I think I was here maybe 3 weeks back in '96 when the call came in. So I was able to get involved right from the very beginning.
Yeah.
It was being marketed as an assortment called Fantastic Faces. And then I believe it turned over into Fearsome Faces over the course of time. But when we were approached and I found out, that Wes was attached to it, I pushed for the name, and I said, I want to name this, and I was pretty adamant about it.
Yeah.
And one day, that's a separate story maybe, but
Okay.
to Alan Geller's credit, he said, okay, go for it. And I came up with, Ghostface. And then of course I contacted Wes, and that was interesting too. And I said, I need you to, to refer to it as that, as such. And really the rest is history.
Yeah. Yeah. And
So.
then as the Americans say, in the garage scene in Scream 1, Tatum there with the beer bottles and Ghostface encounter, and what does she say? Hello, Mr. Ghostface. Yeah. Didn't you ask for that to be put in?
What's that?
Did you ask for that to be added in to Wes? Was that
Well,
something
that's, the thing was that a lot of the filming was done, and I had said to, there needs to be a way, to find, and if I remember correctly, I mean, I didn't select that particular scene, but
Yeah.
I said we need to find a way somewhere, and
Yeah.
and a lot of the filming was done, and if I remember correctly, and I could be mistaken because it was a long time ago. But I think that was the only time in the movie that he was referred to as Ghostface, if I remember correctly.
I think you do remember correctly. Yeah, it's only the
Yeah.
one time in Scream 1. Yeah.
And so, yeah, I did have a brief conversation on the phone with Wes after that, and the man was true to his word. I won't tell you all the other stuff in between. He made some humorous remarks about my persistence, but
okay. he wasn't. Some of the cast have said this as well over many years. People always assume Wes is a certain way because of the type of films he's made, but he's totally the opposite, wasn't he?
Yeah, he. One of the reasons that I like to talk about him is not because of me; it's because of him. He really deserves to have his memory preserved. I mean, he was a kind and gentle soul. I spoke to him a few times here and there during the course of the filming, and it was a very cordial business relationship during the first 3 movies, and something changed, which maybe we can get into later, but something changed during 4, and our relationship became more of a friendship. And I'm very, very blessed and lucky. And by the way, I'm saying this about him. He said this to me about me, and here's a guy who's accomplished what he's accomplished. And when someone like that thanks you for the friendship you've given him, it gets you, it really does get you. He was just a wonderful, wonderful man.
It's when you know you've made an impact, isn't it? You know you've made an impact when somebody comes back to you like that. Yeah. There's nothing good been said about Mr. Craven, and I think for very good reason. So we'll continue. So here we are with number 2 here, and I've got here, many people are online these days, and at one time you were very much, and I emphasise the very much, you was only really behind the scenes in the start. You wasn't always a director of licensing that was online in 96. You was a director of licensing that came online in 2010 approximately, and that was via Twitter. And again, that was Mr. Craven's influence, wasn't it?
Yeah, I was, when we were having the meetings with Miramax, it involved myself, Alan Geller, Stanley Geller, and Miramax executives. And then every so often, I would communicate with Wes, which is really out of the norm for something like that. But there was just a connection. And it's I wasn't really that familiar with social media, and it wasn't something that I really thought about. It was just a job. And I was so into protecting the mask and protecting the property, because I was starting to look at certain things to do with it. And Wes told me one night, you really should get on Twitter, and because at that time it was the biggest thing.
Yeah.
And he said, you really need to do it for the fans. It's been, I think it'll be good for you. I think it'll be good for them. And I said, well, I don't know how good it will be for me, but, and he laughed, and, but he says, go on and I'll follow you. And he did. I think he was the first or the second person that followed me on my Twitter account. When I went on,
yeah,
I was very slow in doing tweets because I still was unsure about it. But Wes really pushed me along. And if people remember,
yeah,
we were doing contests where I would have Wes say certain things on Twitter and say certain names. And he was such a good sport, and he would just laugh it off. When I said, well, you got me on this thing. I need you to wear this tie, and I need you to mention this person, and as you know, you have a poster of him saying something about I have Ghostface has him around the neck thanks to me. And so he really was a good sport and a lot of fun. And so.
Yeah, I remember at one time, Wes was sharing some sort of Ghostface either apparel or merchandise, and you were sharing some sort of Freddy t-shirts because you was doing it for Wes and he was doing it for you.
Yeah,
that was it.
Yeah, it's fun. It's interesting too. When I had him come out to Vegas, I had him come out to Vegas for a show, and he's signing masks, and he's I was with him. I picked him up at the airport, and we got stuck in traffic, and we were in the limo with his wife, his lovely wife, for a couple of hours until we got him to the hotel and stuff. But we had a lot of time to talk at that time as well. Yeah. And when we got him over to the booth the next day, I was standing next to him, and people were coming in, and he was signing masks. And I'll never forget that somebody brought a Freddy photo. Mm-hmm. And he says, no, I'm sorry. I'm here today for Ghostface. And I was like, wow. I mean, I never said anything to him about, and if he had signed it, I wouldn't have said anything. Yeah. But this is the kind of guy he was. Here we are talking about Wes again, but
for good reason.
Yeah. And I found it very interesting. He was there specifically for Ghostface, and so he was signing masks and photos, but he wouldn't sign Freddy related items because he wasn't there for Freddy. Yeah. Just so.
No, it's good. It's good. Okay. So here we are, number 3.
Only number 3.
Only number 3. Go about another 150, yeah? Oh no, 250 now. So you're going to know this one. You're going to know this one, and fans are going to know this one. So this is how I wrote it as well. One of the favourite masks of the Ghostface types is the EU stamp mask. And also, yes, the EU stamp. How many times have you heard that? But also the reintroduction of the EU stamp mask for the 25th anniversary of Scream, which included also a sparkle robe. And what's your thoughts on that mask overall? Because that's a mould that's been around a long time. But also, did you push for the sparkly item, shall we say, to be done last year? With the Sparkle Hood EU stamp and the Sparkle Hood robe. Did you particularly push? Was this all you? Was it part collaboration? What can you tell us? And
Well, let me tell you a little bit how it works here. I mean, yes, I did bring it up that there should be a 25th anniversary and with the sparkle robe and the EU stamp was brought up. This is a sign that we do pay attention to what the fans want. It's we can't do everything that they want, but we do pay attention. I mean, it's very clear that, I mean, up until like 3 years ago, there wasn't a whole lot of licenses out there for Ghostface.
Yeah.
But I listened, I heard you guys, I heard everyone, and we started branching out on licensing. So I hope it's a sign of our appreciation and respect for the fans. At least it is from me, and I know it is from Fun World. But we have a fantastic development team here, and they really are involved with developing and making the product. And I'm really at the stage where, you know, I would say, you know, I think we should be doing this.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason why we should be doing this is because of this and because of that. And of course, I'm going to be given proper courtesy to when something really needs to be done, because I do have the ear of, you know, the fans have my ear, but they have to, I have to qualify that. They have to really understand that there's much more going on. You know, we're getting literally hundreds every month of things that people want to do with the mask.
Okay.
And there are those that get upset or resentful if they don't hear from us within a reasonable time frame.
Right.
And, you know, it really is not fair. I mean, if they were to send a note to Marvel and say they want to do a special thing with Iron Man or the Black Widow, I'm sure they probably wouldn't even get a reply.
Right.
So,
right.
you know, we're talking about a mask and an image and a trademark.
Yeah.
That it's fair to say that right now, it is the most famous trademark and image in the world. Right now.
Yeah.
Now, it may not be in a year from now, but right now it is, and it's been around for since the early 90s, and let's be fair, ever since the movies have come out in 96. It's not a property that has spiked and gone down. It's a property that's been very stable and has continued to go upward. And a lot of that is, you know, are the fans. We know that. But they have to understand that there's so much more involved between the company, the trademark, the copyright, Miramax, Paramount, Spyglass. They need to be a little bit more understanding of that. And I think it's that a lot of the fans out there, and you know who they are and they know who they are, they get attention. You know, I rarely ignore emails. Now, brand enforcement is another situation.
Yes.
But I do see, they are, you know, things are brought to me, but they have to understand that there's so much more than us just sitting here doing a mask.
Yeah.
You know, so
it's not just a case of RJ Torbert pressing a button on a computer and all of a sudden the factory pumps out 500 particular types, is it?
No.
And it isn't just that easy either. But
no, there's you know, there are things that you know that we have done or that I have done that to make things interesting and special, you know, like the HHN mask.
Yeah.
I knew that from, you know, for instance, from the beginning, I wanted to make that very special. And in my opinion, it is.
It is. Yeah, it's still sought after right now. You go
Yeah, I
online right
mean,
now. There's people looking. Anyone got a HHN? HHN. I want one of those masks. I'm like, well,
yeah. So I mean, I only made 250 of those,
yeah,
and in fact, that's my pet project. I did that from the very beginning, where I made it with special thickness,
yeah,
latex material, and the hood was oversized,
yeah,
and it was a very slow production run, and I wanted to limit the number,
mm.
and I believe, and please, I don't want people going crazy. I'm doing this, by memory, but 200 of them went to Universal for the project, for the store,
Yeah,
and for their employees. And I kept 50 of them, I believe, and
yeah,
I passed them out and gave them away. I think those, in my opinion,
yeah.
are going to be the most valuable 20 years from now.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, you. I always remember you put a block of text on Twitter at the time, and because there were people darting this and darting that, and you said, "No, no, no, look, it's special this, it's special that," and you gave the reasons for it, and
Yeah.
you even sent some to Wes as well. I remember you saying,
Yeah, so he actually asked me, which I felt kind of,
"Oh, did he?"
yeah, I actually, I felt kind of bad in a way that he sent me this email and said, are you sending me one? And I said, of course I am. Of course.
Where's those HHNs? Come here.
And he was, he had a very interesting sense of humor. That's for sure.
Did he ever give you feedback on hate? When he obviously he received them at some point, HHN, whether you sent him 1, 2 or 3. Did he actually give you feedback on HHN? Did he say, "Oh, I've got the mask and these are beautiful"?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, he did.
Oh.
He did mention, and he was very short and sweet a lot of the times. He says that this is good stuff.
Yeah.
Something like,
approved mask of HHN is Wes as well.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if that was his favorite or whatever. He never said that to me, but he did like it very much. And I sent him other things, the metallics, and he wanted to be involved. People are surprised that he kept in contact with this office, and as close as you could possibly be based on a number of factors that were going on. He was amazed at the travel that I did around the world. In fact, he was pretty surprised and amazed by it, because I would send him things from all over the world.
Yeah.
And he was just he would come out with these comments. Where are you now?
In China. Okay. Number 4 in 2016, which I've already brought onto the camera once. But anyway, 2016, we saw the Silver Chrome Edition masks. And know from the information from yourself that a silver metallic was also in line to maybe, at the time, be the product produced for the anniversary. So the question here was, and with regards to this particular mask, is this is the final product, but of course in time you sent me a couple of masks that were basically silver metallics. So what swayed your decision to go from the silver metallic tester mask that you was looking at to end up with this, what the fans have in the collection today?
Well, what happened was when I wanted to do this, and it was like I said, it was something that another one of my pet projects that I watched closely. The original 25th anniversary came in as a silver latex.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh God, that looks horrible. I said no. And then the metallic came in, and it just didn't look right. And so finally we tried the chrome, and that was it.
Mm-hmm.
That was it for 25th anniversary, and I knew that that was it. But like many of the different kinds of masks that are done,
Yeah.
I'm sure we'll get around to the generations of the mask eventually. But
yes. Yeah.
but I just I didn't like the way it came out at that particular time.
Yeah. That's understandable. That's understandable. Let's have a look. So, Ghostface as an intellectual property. Yes, he is now, isn't he? He definitely is. What is it like to protect an intellectual property and a worldwide icon such as Ghostface? I mean, I remember you saying briefly in the past that when there's a film in progress, mainly a screen film, that Ghostface takes up around 95% of your day, and when there's not a screen film, it probably takes up a little less of the day. But overall, what's it like enforcing copyrights and gaining even copyrights and trademarks on this chap? Protecting him after all this time.
Well, I can tell you that there's, like with everything in life, there's good, there's bad, and there's ugly.
Yeah.
And it's been very rewarding to be the enforcer or the protector of this property, and it's important to the company.
Yeah.
And again, there are some small businesses who get upset with us when we eliminate them from Amazon or Etsy or eBay, that they're selling Ghostface images and trademarks on there. And they say, well, I'm a small person. Why are you picking on me? What about so-and-so? This is the kind of stuff that we get.
Right.
And people have to understand that, the laws are on protecting copyrights and trademarks are very clear. If we do nothing, and we just let people do whatever they want, we're going to lose it. And so we're very aggressive. Now, do some people get away with things? Probably, because we just can't keep up with it. It's hundreds and hundreds of things. Now, we've eliminated, I would say, a conservative estimate over the last 3 months on Amazon, probably about 800 listings.
Good God. Yeah.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
And between Etsy and eBay and Redbubble, another 400 listings. So, I'll give you a good example.
That's a lot. Yeah.
Zombie, the word zombie.
Yes.
That was a trademark owned by Marvel.
Mm-hmm.
And people were using it in so many different things. And at that time, Marvel didn't have the financial backing. This is all, before the movies all started coming out.
Yeah.
They didn't have the financial backing to fight all these people using their trademark.
Yeah.
And they eventually lost it. And now you and I can use the word zombie because they lost the right to have it as a trademark, because they weren't aggressive in fighting it. And I can tell you that we are very aggressive, and Alan supports that 100%. And we will continue the fight in order to protect the IP, the copyrights, the trademarks.
Mm-hmm.
So
it's an ongoing thing that's always going to exist.
It's it can be very stressful. I mentioned the good part, but it can also be very, very stressful.
Yeah.
We have situations with factories, and that we go after them, and and they're surprised that the copyright is protected worldwide.
Yeah.
China rarely gives copyright and trademarks out, and And that was a battle for me.
Yeah.
I had to go back and forth for China for quite some time in order to prove to them why it was important for us to have it, and important to the world. And, you know, the trademark wasn't approved officially really until 1999. I mean, it's so it's been a battle, and but in the long run, it's been worth it. And we try to, and let's face it, if we did nothing, you, the fans, probably would be let down as well.
Yeah,
you know,
well, there were a lot more fakes out there as well.
Yeah, and so we have a protocol of a lot of great stuff coming out, which is why you see the background. I'm not letting you see my office.
I've seen stuff in that office on a test call, and he says, "You're not seeing that." Yeah, I always look about, but yeah, when I was actually in your office, which was an extremely rare occasion in 2013, good God. That's one office I'd love to be left to my own devices to for a couple of hours just to see what's lying about. But yeah.
Well, I'm actually looking. I'm looking at 6 rows of shelving right now. In fact, hold on. I'll show you something that people will see the first time on your stream. This is coming out.
All right.
This is a new shirt.
What's he got here? Oh, hello. Ghostface lives. Look at that mask.
And it's really a beautiful shirt.
Oh.
And so you saw it here first.
Look, well, you know my address as quick as possible. You should have. I should have sent one for the interview. No, that's good. That's good. No, I like that. Yeah, this is a question that's coming soon with the Ghostface lives. But let's continue on. So, yeah, this is a little bit to the past with regards to John Valeri, and I want his name in this interview because I consider the man important, and he's a very nice man as well. So, number 6, that we got John Valeri was known in 2010/11, maybe even into 2012, because he did Screen Franchise Examiner, which was a major part of Examiner.com. All these people did their own thing based off Examiner as a website. He was the first person. And I want to emphasise that John Valeri was the first person to get an interview with this man on your screen right now, R.J. Torbert. And I always remember John, or even yourself, maybe even both of you said John professionally asked, and he asked the right way. So how did you find it? I mean, Wes had just got you onto Twitter. But how was it when all of a sudden this John Valeri contacts you? And he's got questions, and you're thinking, hang on, this is my first interview since Twitter. What was that like?
Well, I think that I think it's fair to say that, and as Wes knew, I was very shy in initially getting on to the social media.
Yeah.
And doing interviews really was really something that wasn't on my radar. So if I remember this correctly, and I apologize, John, if I'm misremembering this, but we communicated a little bit on Twitter, and I took a liking to him. He seemed like a very honorable person, and he did, request a question and answer session. I believe it was a written interview, if I remember. I just liked John. He seemed trustworthy. He seemed honest, and I think I have a pretty good judge of character, and I felt comfortable doing an interview with him.
Yeah.
And yes, he is a very nice man. His mother's a very nice man. I had dinner with them.
His mom? I hope she's not a man.
Excuse me. I'm sorry.
It's
a very
okay.
nice lady. And his wife is a very nice lady,
Chelsea.
as well.
Yeah.
Excuse me?
I think her name's Chelsea, isn't it? Yeah,
Chelsea, yes, it
Chelsea
is Chelsea.
Valeri. Yeah,
And
yeah,
they're very sweet. I think it was about 6 or 7 years ago
yeah.
that I had dinner with all of them in
Ah,
Connecticut.
yeah,
And of course, John came down to Long Island a couple of times
yeah.
um,
He
as
at the
well.
library, wasn't it? He went to Port Jeff, didn't he?
He did come to
Yeah.
Port Jeff, and he was actually the Hartford Examiner. He was the
Yeah.
first one really to read the manuscript, I believe, of The Face of Fear, if I
Ah,
remember correctly.
yeah.
Wes was also wanted to read it,
Yeah.
and in fact, I got an email from him. He says, "Wow, you really thought about this." you know? But no,
In detail.
getting back to John,
Yeah.
he's actually, I mean, I thought, so highly of John that when I didn't go to the Scream 4 world premiere,
Yeah.
I felt that he deserved to go, and I gave him my pass to get in, and which he has always expressed appreciation. But if anybody deserved to go and experience that, it was John.
Yeah. Yeah. I always remember seeing his pictures, and every picture he's smiling like a Cheshire cat. So
Yeah.
I think, yeah, a picture's worth 1,000 words. With John, it's worth 1,000,000 words because he had time of his life at that one. But yeah, John Valeri, a name that we're still in touch with to this day. Me, you,
Yeah.
and many others. Here we are, the number.
Yeah. You bringing up things during this interview, and he'll probably, I don't know how he'll react to this, but I think about him every time I go through a Dunkin' Donuts drive-through. I can't help it. And
Yeah, yeah. I know the reference to that as well.
yeah, so
Yeah, yeah. I'm sure he'll be laughing on the replay of this. He'll be smiling at the very least. So here we are then. So throughout the years, you work with the studios and have contact with Wes Craven, of course. But it wasn't until Scream 4 that your relationship changed with Wes, and it became definitely, from your descriptions, a lot more personal. So why do you think it became more personal with Scream 4? What made it change from the business relationship previously and into the personal one that you ended up knowing him a lot better as?
well, without giving away too much personal information, I will say that what happened was that Wes and I was very touched by how communicative he was and how trusting he was of me during the filming of Scream 4. Most people don't know this, but we were in contact on a regular basis during the filming.
Wasn't it almost every day that you said at one time?
On average, I would say at the very least 3 times a week, at the very least. Sometimes it was every day. Sometimes it was maybe twice, 3 times. But I would say on average, it was at least 3 times a week. And he was very respectful of Ghostface in the sense that he would send me photographs of scenes. Is this a legit Ghostface? Because they would get and pick up things.
Yeah.
And he kept me very, very up to date during the filming of the movie, which he didn't have to do, but he did it. And we communicated quite often, spoke a couple of times. In fact, I think his birthday happened during the course of filming, and we sent this huge thing. But what happened was I had to go to China for a bit, and I won't get into and I won't get into what it was, but I was I was depressed about a few things. I'm really opening up here, but
Mm.
and I wrote Wes an email about a number of things, and I'm getting a little emotional now. But and it was a pretty long email.
Mm. And he read it, or did he?
The next day in my inbox, there was an email twice as long as mine that I had sent.
Yeah.
And he talked about my situation, his advice,
Mm.
his suggestions, and then he talked about his situation.
Yeah.
And the relationship became more personal.
Mm.
And I got to know about other things in his life
Right.
and things that were on his mind,
Mm-hmm.
and things about others that, of course, I will never share. But the relationship changed at that moment, and we started communicating about a number of other things other than Scream and Ghostface,
Mm-hmm.
including, when I had my my accident. My wife and I were almost killed in an accident. We were hit by a drunk driver that was a hit and run. The car flipped 3 times, and we were knocked off the highway and smashed into a tree. And by the grace of God, we survived, and with minor injuries, I should say. I mean, my shoulder was destroyed, and I still don't know if it was from the impact or the seatbelt, because I couldn't breathe.
Okay.
The seatbelt just grabbed our bodies, and the airbags all came out and everything. And but I'm bringing this up only because it was Wes that kept checking in.
Yeah.
And so there was more to the relationship, and I'm sure others had this relationship with Wes as well, but he was just that kind of guy. And but again, you asked that question, yes, it went from business to personal to a little of everything, but it was a very personal relationship, particularly as it got closer to with his illness and everything, which I don't want to talk about.
No. That's fine. That's fine. We're not. There's no pressure whatsoever. At the end of the day, some things are literally private, and that's how it is. So here we go then. We touched on this briefly at the start, but of course your job title is Director of Licensing. You deal with many licensing, Ghostface being one of many. And it says here, which we've touched on a little, I must say earlier, how much of the day does Ghostface take up when a new film is coming with his involvement? But as we touched upon how much Ghostface takes up on your day before, give us an example with regards to like question 9 here, Scream 2022. Obviously, still in cinemas right now, so we're not going to spoil it. But yeah, how was it working with the studios in the past? Scream 1, 2, 3, 4 is obviously a different studio. For Scream 5, what was it like working alongside Paramount? Was there many changes? And of course, I'm guessing you was in contact with Matt, Tyler, producers. What can you tell us about this time around?
Let me just say this. It's fair to say that there were a lot of growing pains in the beginning with the studios back in '96, because there was an agreement that had to be reached in order for this to happen. The 4 people really that are responsible for this actually happening are Wes, Stanley Geller, Alan Geller, and myself.
And yourself, yeah.
And there, unfortunately, only two of us left from those days.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it is something that um, every so often Alan and I get together and we talk about this incredible journey
Mm.
um, that we've gone through with this.
Yeah.
And it's, I feel very blessed that, that I've been associated with it and that I've met the people that I've met. Now, in regards to your question regarding Paramount, I can say that as I mentioned, I don't want this interview to be about any spoilers because
Yeah.
I don't want people having to turn it off. The movie's only been out a couple of weeks, and these people at Paramount and Spyglass, they have really put their heart and soul into this. I have to say, I mean, I am very impressed with how this was handled. I mean, I've been in. It's fair to say regular communication with the people at Paramount over a number of things. And in regards to the directors and producers and the on-set person, before filming started, there was a Zoom call like this one.
Okay.
Where we were all, myself and them were on Zoom call, and they were quite the gentlemen. They, fine young gentlemen, very respectful. I don't know if because they thought I was an old guy, but no, they were very very cordial and very open. I expressed at that time, what I didn't want Ghostface to get involved in and do, and they were very supportive and very reassuring. And I did mention that in the spirit of Wes's work, and I think that I'm sure they already had it in their mind because the answers that they gave was a very respectful one, and they were all very respectful of Wes, and they probably, as you know, at the end of the movie, they had, I'm sure their intentions were to do that from the very beginning, but I just had to get it out there. And like I said, I was very impressed with them, and I'm very impressed with the movie as well.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, they've the one thing with the three people that are mentioned with regards to the crew most of the time, and even Kevin as well as a fourth, definitely. I mean, it's always Matt and Tyler, and then Chad as a producer, and then Kevin as executive producer. And when you look at the Twitter, you see that they've reached out to fans and they talk to fans. I'm sure they're almost as busy as what you are now, because follows, mentions, private messages, responding, interviews, YouTube, etc. And I was lucky enough to get a follow from Matt and Tyler, and I hopefully get to speak to them in the future. But it's weird because for 3-4 films, we had the trio, we had Wes, and Kevin in the past, Erin Kruger for Scream 3, Erin and Kevin for Scream 4, and all of a sudden, when the fifth film was thought among many fans that this isn't going to happen anymore because we've lost Wes. Loads of fans were saying, no, there ain't going to be a 5 because without Wes. And then for these other fans, in the profession of what they're doing as directors, it was really nice to see him do it the right way rather than some sort of failed attempt that, people are Like, oh my god, I
Right.
can't believe that. So yeah, personally for me, I think it was done correctly. One of the things they did correctly mainly was they've spoken to you, they've respected Wes fully, and they even respected the main trio of David, Nev, and Courtney. You know, and the fact that they wrote a letter to Nev spoke volumes to me, because again they wanted it to be proper and above board, and
Yes.
hence we got what we got. And yeah, my god. Uh, I've been to see it twice at the time of recording, but I intend to see again. So let's continue. So here we go. Ghostface in games. Yes. This is created to some of my attention in lockdown as well. So Ghostface has more recently been involved in top-rated games like Dead by Daylight, which is globally played and played by millions. Dead by Daylight. What does it take to get Ghostface into a game, and how much are you involved? I'm assuming you're 99% involved because it's Ghostface, but yeah. Dead by Daylight, or Behaviour as developers, and Behaviour Interactive came to you. What was the first contact like? What were they saying? Hello, do we speak to you? We want Ghostface. How did it come about?
Well, we were approached, and at first there was hesitation
Yeah.
on my part, because they wanted to do other things with
Right.
Ghostface. They wanted different costumes. They wanted, and my initial reaction was, well, is this something that we really want to get into as far as doing different things? And
Yeah.
and then I thought about it, and they gave me time to think about it. And as I contemplated it, um, I was like, well, we're moving into the future. It's another way of saying you don't know who's under the mask.
Yeah.
And then I turned what I thought was a negative into a positive. And I was like, well, having all these different versions of Ghostface with all these different generations, I thought would be a good thing.
Right.
Because you really can't do that with a lot of these other licensed masks that are out there. It's very difficult. But with this, you can. And I started looking at it as a wave of the future, to have different versions. Now, yes, I was involved from the very beginning of this. I had a lot of discussions with them about it.
Yeah.
And I see everything that they want to do.
Mm-hmm.
And the people over there are extremely creative. And I can tell you that most of what you see is their creativity.
Well, the Scorched, the Red Viper cosmetic, the icy one, the Icebound Phantom was the most recent
Yeah,
one.
when we get into the costume area, yes, it's them. But there have been minor things that were adjusted, or that I asked him to change, and not because necessarily that we didn't like it, but there were certain things that I wanted to be sure that if we did a costume, that it could be done. And so the original Icebound Phantom had a icicle coming out of Ghostface's mask.
Right.
And this is just an example. We just thought that maybe that there was just too many icicles on it, but the costume I think is phenomenal. And but this just goes to show you how minor the changes are. But yes, I see everything. Absolutely see everything.
Yeah. I played Dead by Daylight last night, just custom games with some friends, make it more fun. And the Icebound Phantom was doing a good job. And I love that.
Yeah, maybe Maybe what we should do is the Ghostface Night Zombie for you.
Yeah, the night zombie. People in the interview probably thinking, why did he said that? What's night zombies, RJ? Why do you call me night zombie?
Well,
Explain.
I can't believe some of the times that I get a WhatsApp or a message from you, and I'm like, what in the hell is this guy doing? At 2 o'clock in the morning, sending messages, and I'm like, does he ever go to sleep? No.
Ask the missus.
So
Yeah. Night zombie has been a reference RJ's used with me for a long time now. Oh, I don't know. So anyway, this is one of the issues that's affected a lot of people globally for the last 2 years for obvious reasons. So here we go. COVID-related issues, shipping supplies, how it affected 2021. I mean, shipping supplies and other issues are still in effect for some reason now with the UK. But anyway, what did it do in main? I mean, 2020 there was issues, RJ, with COVID, etc. But for the main, I don't know, the main sort of stock of Ghostface, etc. People got it, USA, other countries. In 2021, what happened in 2021 with shipping and supplies? What was the major issues that was causing all the problems?
well, when you get into what's going on, first of all,
Mm.
it's the worst that I've ever seen. I've been in this business.
Mm.
Maybe I shouldn't say how long, because, but it's been well over 40 years between retail side
Mm-hmm.
and this side.
Yeah.
Okay. And it's the worst that I've ever seen. And what's happening is that sometimes, quite frankly, you wonder whether or not they're using this COVID thing as an excuse to do whatever it is that they're doing.
Right.
But it's not only affecting Halloween and Ghostface and Easter, which, by the way, that I also have a hand in as well.
Yeah.
The Ghostface situation happened. It takes up so much time, as you know. There's
Yeah.
some mornings I get in here at 6 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
In order to get other things done before the day starts with Ghostface. So.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, getting back to your question, so COVID happens.
Yeah.
People stay home. 1, 2, they don't travel. 3, they don't eat out. The money that's moved for consumer goods, many of the laborers stay at home.
Yeah.
Money's not being earned. They don't return to work.
Yeah.
For whatever reason. Some people believe in the vaccine, other people don't believe in it.
Yeah.
Whatever they choose, it's up to them.
Mm-hmm.
But all of this is creating delays, shortages, and it's tough to get laborers to come to work, to load the containers, and get the goods out from the factories and moving them to the forwarders.
Mm-hmm.
So what has happened is all of this shortage is creating delays.
Yeah.
And it's creating a tremendous price increase in getting goods to wherever you need to get it, which is causing prices to go up. And I won't get into specifics, but I can tell you that the cost of bringing something over in a container from overseas, as we're speaking right now, is over 4 times the amount that it was before COVID. Okay?
Yeah.
Have less containers, scheduling them to come over. And, people were upset. Stores, they didn't have goods. And this is the reason for it. I mean, a lot of this is really out of everyone's control.
Yeah.
So I'm more worried about the state of the economy than anything, quite frankly, because the economy needs to move money,
Hmm.
have commerce. So
Yeah. Yeah, it's amazing how this pandemic has took a massive hold on just it's like got the earth in the hand, and it's just grabbing and grabbing and grabbing, and you start seeing
yeah,
a bit of sunshine shine onto it, and then something else comes up, a new variant, a new title. Like, oh, for God's sake!
yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay, so here we are. It says, what can we expect to see in the future for Ghostface? Any more TV or film appearances on the horizon?
Let me just say, yes.
Yes. That's a quick one. That's a quick one.
Mm.
Okay. Right. 13. Unlucky for some in some cases, but fans and communication. How do we keep in contact with the fans, or how do you keep in contact with the fans? The main contact of RJ and fans is obviously Twitter, but how you can't always answer everyone because of your job. And yeah, I must say personally, people need to understand this, and now you're going to hear it from RJ himself. At the end of the day, this is one man. And whether you're sending one email or 50 emails, again, everything takes time. So how do you deal with it, RJ? You know, everyone wants a question to be answered, sometimes directly from you. I mean, you did a whole month last year in October tweeting people as Ghostface. People are
Yes.
loving it, yeah. So they got your attention for a month. You know, all these different fans messaging, saying to me, "Oh, I've got a tweet off RJ." But when it comes to the, you know, the emails and RJ, the EU stamp, RJ, this, that, RJ, something else, you know, you honestly don't have the time, do you? I mean, as an
It's
example, he drives to work and talks to me. As soon as he gets to Funwood, okay, I gotta go now. I'm like, no, RJ, you got to stay a bit. Paramount's calling or someone's calling. I'm like, no. And it's just a joke between me and him.
yeah. It's not. It's.
But it ain't
Well,
easy, is it?
it wasn't that they were calling. I just wanted to get off the phone with you. No. I. It's not. It's not easy.
Yeah.
But I do understand the feeling that a lot of the fans have, and I appreciate it, and I understand the love that they have for it, and I try my best to keep in touch with people, to keep them feeling connected to what is going on. And this is exactly the reason why sometimes certain people get things in the mail, and that's just a little way of saying, you know, thank you, you know, you're appreciated, and they know who they are.
They do.
You know, those types of things happen. But if they don't get a reply back, or they need to understand that it's the messages are probably well into the hundreds each month now, and yes, there are certain people that that I answer more than others, because they're people that I have known from since the beginning. I know that they're true and loyal Ghostface fans, and there are other people who have lately that I notice when a message, like little Scottish Lindsay.
Scottish Linda. Yeah, she'll love hearing her name on this.
She she was sweet enough to send me a couple of things, and and the candy. Oh my God. I mean, I can't begin to tell you all the candy.
The chocolate,
I sent this one Twitter of the flaky bar that you sent me with the coffee, and next thing I know, there's so much candy, I had to pass it out throughout the whole building. I didn't know what to do with it, which I appreciate that people were thinking about me. But I guess I shouldn't have said that I like dark chocolate so much.
The Scottish Lindsay. She says, I can't do a Scottish accent. She says, what's RJ like? I says, oh, he loves flake bars. I says, but I've sent him a load, and finally they've got there. along with the little Elvis thing. But anyway, I says he likes dark chocolate. Oh, I'll send you some dark chocolate. I says, yeah. I says,
Yeah, she sent me this Bourneville, which I had
yeah,
never heard of, and it's delicious. Oh
yeah.
my gosh, it's you
Bourneville in the
guys are
UK is well known and very nice, and I think you can confirm that now because you had a mix
yeah.
of flavours, didn't you? She sent you something.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
can tell you without a doubt, I don't like American chocolate anymore.
But yeah, Scottish Lindsay. Thank you, Scottish Lindsay. You can see.
Yes, thank you. I
Yeah,
appreciate. I enjoy her photos. I enjoy um, her little messages, and
aye.
so
She's a good fan. She's a good fan. She's currently training as well in a new job. But yeah, she sent a DVD box set to RJ just to help him out with something. And yes, 3 bars of Bourneville chocolate and. Aye, there you go. Her favourite colour's blue, she says.
yes. In fact, I'm working on something for her for the helping me out on that DVD thing
Oh,
she sent me. She's going to get. She's going to get. You can actually. She'll hear about it on this. She's going to get a thank you and a surprise back.
ah, that's it. She'll be excited until the mailman comes now.
It's going
So,
to be a little bit, but I think she'll be worth the wait.
oh yeah, all good comes to those who wait. That's the saying. So this is a little bit on one of the recent questions, not a couple of minutes ago. The future of Ghostface. What do you see the future holding for Ghostface? And that was with regards also a minute ago with TV and film. And you just said yes, there's more coming. But I don't. What do you see, RJ, for the future of Ghostface?
I personally believe that he's going to live forever. I think that um, there may be intervals
Yeah.
of time, but I think that the collectability of Ghostface will always be of interest.
Mhm.
And the movies, as we all know now, there's another movie coming out. This filming starts this summer,
Yeah.
um, and I think you can for the very near future. I think this is going to continue.
Mm. Mm-hmm. We're looking
And
forward to it. Oh. Okay. Okay. This is one that's a good question, and this is to do with your tweeting, because you do this a hell of a lot just lately, more in recent, probably the last year or so. It could be longer, but many of your tweets involve the phrase of touching a life or touch a life. Why is it so important that you tweet that all the time? Not in a nasty way, but why do you put these tweets up that are regarding touching a life?
well, let me try and answer that the best way I can. I didn't realize that I did it all the time, but I do.
Regularish, yeah.
Yeah, regular.
Yeah.
I do it on a regular basis.
Yeah.
I do it because if you really and truly, let me get my thoughts together. Think about it. Our lives have gotten so busy.
Yeah.
That there's a tendency to forget really what is truly important. Especially with this whole COVID thing.
Mm-hmm.
Life is fleeting, and what better way is there while we were busy doing things than to stop once in a while and to let people know that you're thinking about them.
Mm.
And I think it's important. I think that when you look at people's faces and they know that you're thinking about them and what it does to their heart, that you took the time out, because you can't take back time, right?
That's true, yeah.
Once you give someone your time, you can't take it back.
Yeah.
So what is the most valuable thing that you can give to people? Well, you can think about them and you can say nice things to them. But if you put a tweet together or a note together, or me giving you my time, I can't take it back.
Yeah.
So this is my way of expressing that I hope that this interview, and probably by this question, really makes someone happy. And if it makes them happy, then it touches a life, whether it's an encouraging text. It doesn't have to be about money.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
But I believe in it.
Yeah.
I truly believe in it. And I believe the world would be a better place if we showed that we care. And hopefully it would change attitudes. Look at Maggie, what Maggie did.
Yeah, she gave a kidney.
She donated a kidney.
Yeah.
And,
Jeez.
did it cost her anything? Well, it cost her her time.
Yeah.
It cost her a kidney.
Yeah.
But she definitely not only saved a life, she touched a life, and she'll be remembered forever. So what is more important, Ghostface, or the fact that she touched a life and saved a life? And that's my only purpose, is I want people to enjoy and have a good time and live life. But I also think it's important to touch a life as well. I think the world would be a better place if people thought more about that. And I try to remind people.
Yeah.
And I hope I am.
With those tweets. Yeah. Well, you did it in many forms, as we mentioned earlier, on October. You touched everyone's life. The amount of people that messaged me, RJ tweeted me. I'm like, yeah, I know. I've seen it. And some of the people, who should I tweet? I don't know if I can, RJ were doing this for a month straight. I was like, God, how many Ghostface related sayings could he come out with? When he did it, he did it.
I was. It wasn't easy. Believe me.
It was struggling. Right, here we go. This is something we've touched on previous. It's been a long journey since '96. Who was left from the infamous initial meetings with Miramax. Unfortunately, out of the four main people, yes, it is RJ and Alan that remain. Unfortunately, Stanley and Wes have, I would personally say gone up above. But I like to think that, personally, I like to hope that they watch over us, whether it's Wes and Stanley, whether it's relatives or anything. But yeah, this next question, RJ, here. This is one I've wanted an answer for personally as well. This is a long time. This must be a couple of years. For a long time, you've used #GhostfaceLives on Twitter, and now all of a sudden, as we saw earlier with the T-shirt, but all of a sudden now it's starting to appear in Fun World catalogs and on products on the packaging. What is the reason that this #GhostfaceLives is all of a sudden making its appearance and its debut, so to speak?
Well, what happened with that, quite frankly, it was maybe 2 or 3 years ago. I was in the office with Alan, and we were having a few. We were reminiscing,
Right.
okay, about the journey of Ghostface and our journey together, and we had conversations about Wes, and Stanley, Geller, and we were going back and forth, and we were reminding each other about some of the things that have gone on,
Right.
good, bad, and ugly, and we're having a few laughs, and I came out and I said, through it all, Ghostface lives. And we looked at each other, and there was dead silence in the room. And because we knew that it just had a sound.
Yeah.
And he looked at me and he goes, trademark? And so as people know, in order to get a trademark, I
Yeah.
mean, you have to prove that you're using it.
Right.
And
Okay.
so we started incorporating it
Mm-hmm.
because we loved it.
Yeah.
We loved the way it sounded. And it was just something that I blurted out during the course of the conversation.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's rare when something makes us both stop at the same time. and, um, and we threw it out there to a few other people, and everyone loved it. And
Yeah.
the rest really is history.
Mm.
And so that's really the reason for it. And as you quite frankly realize and know,
Yeah.
he does live.
He does. Yeah.
So
Uh-huh.
that's how that came about.
So that's going to be. Is that going to be on all future merchandise, or just the odd things,
It's
particular
it's
items?
going it's going to be on certain things,
Okay.
and it will eventually become a registered trademark.
Okay. Okay. Here we go. So there, this is a good subject. Here we go. Not a lot of
Oh
people
boy.
know this. Not a lot of people know this. So some fans have followed you since the start on Twitter. You may be remember to, if you're one of the fans that followed RJ for years, you may remember at some point on RJ's media files, as in images, that he put up a picture of a guitar, what was Elvis's guitar, I believe, and signed by Elvis, and he's even got stuff on his wall in the office that's related to Elvis. And also, for people that are not in the full know, so to speak, RJ had the opportunity to work with regards to Graceland, Graceland. So, RJ, what was your experience with regards to Elvis, Graceland, the Presleys? What did
Well,
you do?
um, well, first of all, I was always an Elvis fan. I loved his music. But as I got older, and when I was in my, oh boy, I hate aging myself, but when I was in my early 20s,
Yeah.
um, I met a gentleman by the name of Scott Kelly,
Hmm.
and they had a process of doing 24 karat gold plate on
Hmm.
records.
Right.
And he had some involvement with Graceland at the time. And so I sat down with him, and he became a very good friend. He did pass away, but he became a very good friend, and we talked about doing limited edition Elvis Gold records because
Right.
they were doing other things at the time.
Mm-hmm.
And so he did get it, and he was always kind enough to give me a co-creator credit on the limited edition Elvis Gold records.
Ooh.
And he had contacts down there.
Yeah.
And when I, at the time, was the senior buyer at Woolworth, I was invited down to Graceland because someone who knew someone down there said, "Oh, you need to get this guy down here. He knows a lot about Elvis and this and that." So I went down there and I met with a few people, and I actually became friends with George Klein, who was Elvis's best friend.
Right.
And we talked, and we did these 24 karat gold limited editions came out, and one thing led to another. I'm really shortening this up, but
Mm-hmm.
one thing led to another, and I would go down there on occasion and talk to certain people, including the summit meeting back in 2009, where they were going to do other things with Elvis, and
Right.
I was down there for 4 days, and I actually met and spoke with Priscilla,
Ooh.
who's an absolute sweetheart.
Uh-huh.
And I actually thanked her for being such an advocate.
Yeah.
For Elvis. And I said, from a business standpoint, thank you. From a fan standpoint, thank you. And she looked at me. And she said, "Well, thank you. I want everyone to know what a kind and sweet man Elvis was,
Yeah.
and how much he loved his fans." And that's why I truly believe he has the fans that he has today, because
Yeah.
they sense that he loved them, and but that's really how things got started with. In fact, I would have a contest when I was at Woolworth where I would do things, and I would have George Klein call up
Oh yeah.
fans, and where they can ask questions about Elvis.
My
And
God.
unfortunately, George Klein is gone also. We're losing a lot of good people.
We are. Yeah.
So
But that was your involvement with regards to the Elvis gold 24 carat.
the limited edition 24 karat. I think it's in the Face of Fear that it's mentioned also that I was co-created that. Yeah.
Yeah. Is that what's on your wall in your office? Is that one of them, or is that something else?
I do have a gold record of Suspicious Minds on my
Yeah.
on my wall.
You're not got always on my mind.
Well, it's interesting. Mark James. He wrote both of those songs. He wrote "Always on My Mind" and "Suspicious Minds" for Elvis. And a lot of people don't know that "Always on My Mind" was for Elvis and Priscilla, because Willie Nelson made it the record of the year. A few years after that, but Elvis was the first one to do it, and it was a song to Priscilla. So
yeah. RJ. Just for the note, RJ, this can be edited. Okay, I can edit this, but RJ likes to sing some Elvis sometimes. But I've actually got a video clip of the test call that I could insert.
Oh no. No.
Always on man. Return to sender.
Yeah, I do have a habit of singing certain songs, especially that. Even around the office, people people, when I walk by them and I start singing it, they're used to it. My wife, I think, wants to put it on my headstone.
Just for information of fans that end up watching this, many fans know that I have WhatsApp calls with RJ on occasion. Normally when he's driving into work, and sometimes, and I emphasise that sometimes, it's "Hello, RJ Torbert, please," and it's the lyrics of "Always on My Mind" get sung first, and then he starts talking. But anyway, let's continue. It's a good memory, though. It's a good memory. So here we go. Ghostface in relation to production, factories. This is something that's been asked many times with fans over the years, been a personal curiosity of mine. Do Funworld actually own factories, or are factories brought in for contracts, as with HHN Mask as like an example? Is there also any reason in particular that the vanilla smell disappeared from the mask for a while, yet it returned in 2021 for the anniversary thing? So are they Funworld's factories? The rulings on the scents and the smells, what can you tell us?
Well, let me just say this. There are factories that have been working with Funworld for over 35 years or more, and they're exclusive to Funworld.
Yeah.
And they're very loyal to Funworld. And let me just, leave it at that.
Okay. Yeah. My personal belief, again, this is a speculation and assumption, but my personal belief is whoever makes them EU stamps, which is normally on the back of the header tag, says "Made in Foshan." I must say, when they do make EU stamps, a load of fans absolutely love those things. And HHN, obviously being an EU stamp, as collectors will know, that was one of the best ever done. The Resurrection was one of the best, and also, EU stamps in the new film as well. So I must say,
the Resurrection was was something that I wanted to get done. And as Nate mentioned, and I don't even know how he knew this, quite frankly, but I don't remember if I told him or if he got it from someone else. But um, um, I did send. When I sent, it was about 100 masks to the set of the new movie, and I did include, about 20 to 25 resurrection masks, and because they needed, because of COVID, they needed to exchange the masks a lot, and in addition to the metallics and the silver chrome and zombie, and ultra whites, which I told you over a year ago, and it kind of set the world on fire. But that was misunderstood, completely. And I guess the fans understood what I meant when I said it wasn't going to be an ultra white, but the general population took that. It's not the white mask that you see behind me, and that was so far from the truth. And it was I know that some fans didn't like the ultra white, but I just happened to mention that it wasn't going to be used as the main mask, and the reason for that was because it didn't look good on the camera, the ultra white, and it kind of set off a firestorm. And so this is one of the reasons why I'm not talking about any spoilers with the movie and things like that. But but I think somebody had spotted an ultra white somewhere in the movie in the background and stuff. But
on the not really a spoiler in case anybody hasn't seen it, but there's a reference to YouTube at one time, and like a stab sort of bass clip. It's not really going to spoil anything. But there's one in the background. There's one in the background. That's all it is. That's all it is. Nothing to be seriously concerned about. But here we go. So with the vanilla, we had the vanilla smell, which was very common in the 90s. This was known amongst public, I must say, RJ. It was found out by a bit of research from people online that in particular factories in China and even other regulations and rules that certain scents could not go into masks for whatever reason, and they became banned or not allowed to go in for whatever reason. But I'm assuming obviously with the 2021 items there was a way around it, and it was approved, and you wanted to bring back something classic to the mask, didn't you?
It was time to do something, but people need to remember that everything changes. The only thing that never changes is change itself. And in order to keep the world evolving and things, we just can't have, for example, I mean, if all we had was this mask and the vanilla mask and the way they liked the way the eyes looked on Fantastic Faces, and we didn't move on to certain generations and have different things, then you really wouldn't have the collectability. I mean, not that that's not why we did it, but you wouldn't have the collectability you have on certain things. And there are different generations. We're doing different things, and I understand that a lot of the collectors want us to go back, and who knows, maybe there's a possibility one day that there will be something done for a limited time to please people. But another thing that's not understood, we're really at the mercy of a lot of the retailers, brick and mortar, drugstores, mass merchants. If they don't like something, or if they're not going to buy it and support it, but we're going to sell, let's say, only 1,000 to 1,500 masks with the collectors around the world, that makes it very difficult to between the factories and what it costs to start up production and machines and, people, there's reasons for it. It's not that we're here and we're saying, the hell with them, we're not going to do it. No, there's a reason, why we do and don't do certain things. We understand that people like certain things, but, as much as we get information that they like the fantastic faces in that generation, believe it or not, we get notifications how much they like what it is now also.
Yeah.
So you're not going to please everybody. You're just not. I found that out. I mean, in the very beginning, I can tell you that there was a time where I was going to leave Twitter, probably, I don't remember exactly the time. It might have been sometime around in 2012 or 2013.
Okay.
I may have it the dates, but between Wes and I even think John Valeri, talked me into staying, because I was not. I didn't get a clear, I didn't have a clear understanding as to why there was so much hate and negativity. And, I'm not that type of person. I was very, sensitive to it, because I didn't want to give those people attention either.
Yeah.
But I figured, what, do I need to do this? And I think it was, I think I did have a couple of exchanges between Wes and John, actually, at that particular time.
I vaguely remember you mentioning something to me all that time ago. Little bits, just in conversations here and there, like, oh my God, But I remember it used to get to me and thinking, God, all these negativity, all these negative people, Sometimes you wish to just want to even put anything online if that's all they've got to say, but that's my opinion. So here we go. Any comments or thoughts on the new movie? Am I reading this correct? Where are we? Yes, I'm sure. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah.
On the movie that just came.
Yeah, this was a question I put on before, because the original interview was scheduled before the movie was to come out. Obviously, we've done it now. One of my general sort of questions with regards to you and Ghostface in the new film, and this was something I'd like to have asked Wes if he was still here as well. But with what you do as a job as a director of licensing, and obviously what you do alongside of Ghostface, some of the mystery of a Scream film is possibly immediately taken from you, because you have some rules and regulations of what Ghostface can't do in some respects and what he can do, So does it take, when you go to see the new film and you're getting into the film and you're noticing this happening and that happening without spoilers, do you think, oh, I remember talking about this, or do I remember, does it ruin the experience for you watching the film thinking, oh, I knew a little bit about this, or I knew a little bit about that, or do you still get some of the mystery and the thrill, so to speak, watching a new Scream film, even with Scream 4?
No, I still with Scream 4, I really knew pretty much everything that was going on, because Wes and I were communicating quite often. This here was different. I knew it was a little bit of a different relationship, as far as me knowing exactly what was going on on a regular basis. I did not, know. However, like I said, there were things that that I did not want to see, and told them and explained why, and it's, it was all good. I mean, they understood completely. And quite frankly, I got the impression that this team and group of people wouldn't have done it anyway.
Yes.
But I wanted to be sure. And it's the same way like in the video games and stuff, like
Yeah.
with Dead by Daylight. There are
Mm.
certain things that he won't do
Yeah.
that I don't want to see done. And there was a TV show that wanted Ghostface to do something that was unacceptable. I don't even want to say it here, but
Okay.
it was unacceptable. And I said no under any uncertain terms. And it never happened.
Okay. Yeah. Didn't there's a while ago you told me in something in relation to The Sopranos. You, it's up to you if you want to go into detail. That's your call here. But I remember you telling me privately there was something that was written a certain way, and you had it changed because it's like, no, no, that can't happen. You got to change it a bit, and they had to alter something. Is that correct?
Yeah,
Again, you don't have to go details.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm not going to get into details,
Yeah.
but yes, I did change something that was going on with the Sopranos. They weren't happy in the sense that, you know, I was, whoever I was talking with at the time treated me like I should be, because Ghostface, although well known, wasn't what it was today. But they treated me with that we should be basically supportive, happy and thrilled that, you know, that Ghostface was going to be in an episode, and I didn't treat it that way. It means much more to me and to the company to control what's being done with it. And this is why when people want to use it, I ask for a script page.
Yeah.
And one of my favorites really was the movie Wonder. I mean, the producers of that movie were incredible. I had a long conversation with them in Las Vegas.
Right.
And we talked about what this movie was about. And it's a very, very touching movie. And if people haven't seen it, they should see the movie Wonder. And they'll understand what I mean about the use of Ghostface in the movie, But there are certain things that that I don't think are appropriate to have done on film. And again, I want to reemphasize, when it came to this fifth installment, everyone was 100%. I can't say enough good things about them with everything. I think Tyler was on, and Matt, and I'm sorry, I don't remember the name of the costume person. I think his name was Ron.
Okay.
But they were all very accommodating, and the communication was when I had questions and when they had questions, and if they needed information, it was, I have to say, they did a wonderful job with this. They put their heart and soul in this, and the marketing from Spyglass Media Group. I was very impressed. I'm not an easy person to impress. I have to say that I was very impressed with what they did. So the franchise is in good hands.
Okay. Right, let's have a look. Here we go. This is a company name. Company name from the past, Cavity Colours. I remember buying everything they had in stock at once. Well, not everything they had in stock, but every particular item that was listed. So Cavity Colours, Aaron Crawford. All the way back in April 2017, you worked with Cavity Colours website. They produced many enamel Ghostface pins at the time. This upcoming January, or January as we've just passed by, they released some more merchandise again, which definitely looks the part when they put the images up. Some very creative stuff there. So when it comes to working with Cavity Colours, is it? And I'm assuming you enjoy it because you've done it a couple of times now. What's Aaron like to work with? How's the working relationship between you and Aaron? / Cavity Colours. Is it always a good process?
Yeah, I think it's a good, simple process. The relationships are always good, right? When everybody's respectful of who is of each other's responsibilities, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And he's very respectful of the responsibilities um, that I have. And I like dealing with people that love Ghostface, not just somebody who wants to make money.
Yeah, yeah.
I try to be aware of that, and this is why I'm in contact with certain fans as far as positive love, positive loyalty.
Mm.
Um, do we make mistakes? Absolutely, we do. But I won't react to um, constant negativity.
Yes.
I just won't do it.
Uh-huh. No, I understand that. I understand that. When you look at the cavity colour stuff, even back in 2017, just the simple pins, and the moving pins, glowing pins,
Yes.
creativeness. Yeah, very creative. And
Yeah, Aaron is. We have communicated often, and he shows me what they're working on,
Mm.
and I don't recall. I don't think we've ever met. I don't think. I
Maybe
don't
one
think.
day.
I don't think we've ever met. It's mostly been through emails, and I think we may have Zoomed.
Mm.
I'm not positive, but there's so much going on every day that I'm trying to be as transparent as I possibly can.
No, that's fine. That's fine. So, 24 here. This has been briefly mentioned by you on this interview. The brand enforcement. On the Funworld website, there is now a newer link on the contact page. This is for brand enforcement. Basically, it was like, what is it and how does it work? So this is basically licensing inquiries, isn't it? Like brand enforcement?
Well, the brand
Part of it.
enforcement email it really is to keep things separate. It allows a way for people to contact the company um, and have things looked at, whether it's reports of infringements and in for the company itself to have things go into a certain area, because my email box was getting absolutely crazy.
Mm-hmm.
And I see the things in brand enforcement that my assistant thinks it's important that I see.
Hmm.
I just can't see absolutely everything.
Mm-hmm. But
Unless
it helps, does it, having the separate one there? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Right. Let's have a look here. Hang on.
Uh-oh.
Okay. I just
Oh,
need a
boy.
point of reference. This is a popular question. Let me just put these back. This is a popular question, and hopefully, RJ, you can help satisfy people listening to this in the future.
I hope so too, but
So here we go. In the year of 2000, we got a parody of Scream. I Know It Did Last Summer. It was a good parody. I actually laughed, and when I first went to the cinema personally to see in a full Ghostface costume, a Funworld one, I went down the side of the screen, turned to look to where the seats were, and everyone cheered. Ghostface was there. I was like, my God, look at this. But I was there to see a scary movie. So obviously, the film releases, people enjoy, and yes, it's mocking Scream. I Know It Did Last Summer, etc., etc. So obviously, Funworld had a role in Scary Movie because it was spoofing Ghostface. Originally, there were 7 different types of Scary Movie masks made. Only 4 appeared in the film. One of the most common questions, maybe in Funworld's inbox as well, I'm not sure, but definitely on my inbox, is this is a recreation, this was a freebie, aka a trade, but this was a type that, as far as the fans know, Funworld did not mass produce because they did the Stone, the Smiley, and the Wassup, and people know what they are. Now, again, this is just a replica, I would say a half decent replica, of the killer mask from Scary Movie. And definitely, as I say, most popular question sometimes is, why didn't Funworld do this? Scary Movie Killer Mask. Does RJ not know? Does he not know the records or the files? Does he not realise they didn't do it? I was like, well, I'm sure he'll realise, but we have the three main types that are still made today, and then we have the one I'll say similar to this that was in the filming. And people that are online now on my site, they know that when I visited Fun World, RJ was kind enough to show me the books, which was the 7 books of the 7 types, 4 of which were of course used in the film. So there's the question, RJ. I'm sure you can give us whatever answer you can give us, more than what I know.
Well,
So this,
as you
yeah,
know, I have the molds here in my office,
yes, you do, yeah. Mm-hmm.
and um, you know, how's the best way to when the 7 masks came out, I think they showed 4, I think, in the movie. Is that accurate?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We showed all 7 to the mass retailers around the world.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. And if you're going to get orders for 3 of them at substantial quantities, and maybe only 50 cartons of the others,
okay.
In total, it doesn't make financial sense to go forward with them.
Right.
So we can't base our decisions based on just collectors. It's just too expensive to do it. So we did the 3 that were being supported by mass retailers. Now that could change.
Right.
I think we're reintroducing something with Scary Movie, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you there. On the currently on Fun World's website, and bear in mind for the people that watch this, RJ is not the person that updates Fun World's website every day. Obviously, there's different staff.
Right.
So RJ doesn't know every page off by heart, not like I do my own site, because it's only me that does Ghostface site. But with regards to the Fun World website, as of time of recording, there is a section on Fun World's site which is called New for 2022. When you get down to the bottom of the page, you then see, for whatever reason, the Scary Movie masks. And some people are like, new for 22, they've been here all the time. In the UK, they've been here loads over the last few years, have always been in stock with the distributors. But RJ, I think I'm talking to recently. They're being looked at again, aren't they, RJ? What's the story?
Yeah, I think though that if I remember correctly, if it's out there as new for 2022, I think that there was a matter of time where they weren't being sold and they weren't offered here in the United States.
Ah, okay. They've always been in the UK for whatever reason, all with different manufacture dates every year. So yeah, that's surprising that. But when it says new for 2022, does that mean that, I don't know, does it mean new molds, new factories? Is it just the case that they're making them again for USA? I
think that and I don't know this for sure, quite frankly, but I think that what's happening is they're reintroducing the masks, and since it's been a few years, it's better to say that this is new versus we're bringing this back.
Yeah. Okay.
So.
Yeah. What do you think there's possibilities on anything like that in the future? Collector's piece, anything? Do you think there'd be anything that could relate to that?
I can tell you that if the retailers are going to support it, it'll be done. The product development team here really, and I think I mentioned this before, I think is really the best in the industry. I mean, as you know, we have quite a team here, and I think you're in contact with a couple of people too. But it's really a team to be proud of. They work very, very hard in what they're doing with everything.
Yeah, one particular chap. I'll leave him anonymous at this point, but one particular chap, I sent the zombie to Fun World, and this particular zombie was painted to Screen 4 specification. Which was a personal thing. Yeah,
it's funny. It's you must be. I think you're probably talking about Frank.
Yeah, if that's okay to say the name. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people think that that these zombie masks and all these different kinds of masks weren't used in Scream 4. And
The zombie was.
yeah, according to Wes, you know, he had sent me an email. Now again, this is what Wes told me, but there's the barn scene at night.
Yes.
They had the masks on top of their heads running into the barn. They were using some of these other masks there. And it's not something that you are going to notice unless you stop the frames and you see them, but they were there. And I know that somebody said, I don't know who it was, whether it was you or someone else,
it could have been me. Yeah.
That West, didn't want to use it because he didn't want to change the look, but that's not true. Wes had told me that it was really more of a Weinstein decision.
Ah, okay, yeah. At one time, pretending this is a zombie, somebody had one on the head like that.
Yes.
Just as they go past Gail putting a thumbs up, there's some kids behind, and there's someone there with a drink with a zombie on top of their head.
Right. Some of the extras had the other mask, but Wes had told me he had wanted to give some screen presence.
Oh, okay.
With something there. Now, whether it was maybe showing a better picture of them running into the barn, I don't know, but it was. He had told me that it was Harvey Weinstein who made that decision that they weren't going to show it. So
bloody hell, Harvey.
Yeah. I hope he's doing well.
Isn't it just bloody hell, Harvey? We could have seen more of the zombie and the scarecrow. So here we go. Also, in the new for 2022 range on Funworld's website, currently at time of recording, there has been added a pumpkin Ghostface, which was, I believe, a part collaboration with you and another fan that had, done a different version of the mask, and that was a good idea with the type. But there has also been done. Last year you had the USA flag Ghostface, aka Patriotic Ghostface, but this year we got a new plastic mask version on top of that, which was the Pride Ghostface. Anything you can tell us about the pumpkin and the Pride? Ideas, product development? Was it your input, or was it something else?
Well, the pumpkin ghost face was something that was submitted in by a talented young man. And we get a lot of submissions, lot of submissions all the time. It's very rare when we do something, but we like this from Clive. Yeah. And it's he's been very respectful and been discreet about certain things, but I did promise him, I think, that that I would acknowledge him if we moved forward with it. The other stuff, the Pride, is something that look at the world that we're living in, and the nice thing about Ghostface is that we've learned through Dead by Daylight that we can do continue with different versions of him depending on who's behind the mask.
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
So
yeah, no, it's good. There is also, in relation to Mr. Clive, a different version of a mask coming, isn't there? Which ended up on the Fun World website as the Screamer.
Yes, we're moving forward with that one as well.
Was that you said earlier on this interview, and I'm not trying to be negative in any way, and I think I've seen this over time with my own website. I remember sending you links to the site in the past. Go, oh my God, whatever new page I'd done, but you did say it's hard to impress you because I don't want to say you're fussy, but you're hard to impress. That's just simple as that. When you looked at Clive's, original pumpkin, shall we say, and his ghoul that ended up being the Screamer, is that one of the things that you're like, oh my God, what's all this? Did that impress you? That why you moved
Yeah,
forward?
I had him make some, I should say we did. We
Mm.
had him make some adjustments on the pumpkin,
Oh yeah, yeah,
but the other one, yeah, I was very impressed with.
yeah.
Um,
I don't know how he does it
he's a
personally.
talented young man. There's no question about it.
Yeah,
So let's see what happens.
yeah. Ah, here we go, RG. We're getting down to we're thinning out a little bit here. So here we go. Here we go. I think I can use this just as reference. So I would just like to mention a particular name from the UK main distributor who sometimes nickname themselves the UK Fun World. Now, these people in the real world are called Palmer agencies, and I just wanted to, on our question 27 here, just refer to these and Palmer and Sergio, because Sergio is such a good bloke, and he is definitely, as some people describe to me, a character. Because
Who's Sergio?
who's Sergio? Yeah, who's Sergio? Have you ever heard of him? Is he some Spirish chap? Spirish,
Yeah,
you think, which is like
never,
Spanish Irish. Yeah.
never heard of him.
He's an Elvis fan. I've never heard of him, but he was kind enough for the last month and a half now to allow me to have the samples under my home roof, To see these samples is not something that is always done by the distributors. It's only because of COVID and lockdown and their customers that they wanted people to see the samples and see what was coming. Obviously, for 2021, this beautiful little item here. The sample doesn't actually have the classic scent, but it's a sample. It was early, But Sergio was kind enough to allow me to see these samples. I just want to mention him, and I want RJ to acknowledge him as well, because we've also got the Viper DVD, and the patriotic, aka USA flag Ghostface, which is plastic, and obviously the Viper from the game, which is exactly like the cosmetic. So this is part of Frank's sort of a resume, isn't it, in a way, RJ? But I just want to say thanks to Sergio, and I don't know, what do you remember of Sergio, RJ? Who is he?
Well, I can say that Sergio, you were always on my mind.
Yes, we got some singing.
He's Sergio is a good man, and
Yeah.
he works very hard. Um, and he's always a pleasure to do business with, and I wish him nothing but the best and great success. He's a good man.
He is a good man. He is a good man. Part of the reason I got this out as well was also to thank Sergio and Palmer Agencies as a whole, because you've allowed me to have these in my possession for, as I say, about 6 weeks. So the question was, number 27. These, obviously with the supplies and demand, etc., obviously there's been problems. It is what it is. It's just how it's gone. But will these return again, ever? Number 1 being Sparkle, number 2 being EU stamp, number 3, even if it's just the anniversary branding removed off the headers and packaging. Will these ever come back? Because fans absolutely love these, and when they saw these and some got them in their possession, it made their year. It made their Halloween. And I was sent one from Canadian fan Ryan, and it resides at the back of my ear, which I want to leave it there at the minute, and it's got the beautiful smell. But what do you think, RJ? You're the man to ask.
I think there's a good chance that you will see them again. How's that?
Yeah, I think that's very good. I'm assuming it's going to be the same with the DVD stuff into the Dead by Daylight. They'll be here for the foreseeable future. Do you think Vipers, Scorched, etc.?
I think that you have a lot to look forward to.
Oh, he's teasing. Does that include the sparkle robes as well, not just the sparkle hood mask? Do you think the robes?
Do you want some blood of mine? I just wanted to know. I don't think you've seen the end of the sparkle hood. Okay.
Okay. What type blood are you?
Actually, unfortunately, I have the O negative, which can be
Oh,
given to anybody.
whoa, that's okay. We'll have a pint or two. Okay, this was a strange question, sort of, because this was before. Was the original plan of the previous dated interview, but silver chrome mass or chrome edition mass, whichever you want to put it as, appearing in the Scream footage before release. What was? Hmm,
Well,
that was a funny one. Confused a lot of people.
well, I can't speak for why something was out before.
Yeah,
I have a feeling, it's my opinion, that it was a leak,
yeah.
and but as I've mentioned, I sent many different masks to the set in hopes that there would be an appearance of a different version, including one of the ones was the oil slick mask.
Yes, yes.
That was included, as
Yeah.
well as the metallics and the silver chrome. I gave them a really nice selections of different things that they could use.
Mm. Yeah. I will say personally as well, I got to enjoy the oil slick mask for a very brief period here. Of all the names we just mentioned, Sergio had kindly sent it to me at the time. Just so I need you. I know you're sending a box to RJ. I think I was sending RJ flaky bars of all things. And he says, "Oh, if you send in to RJ, put this mask in with it, and obviously before you send it, you get the pleasure of seeing it." I says, "Okay," and it was such a beautiful mask, such a beautiful mask.
Yeah,
But
you never know.
yeah, do you? What was the? I hate putting you on the spot, but fans are going to say, "Well, at least you asked the question." So, oil slick at first was introduced at a trade show in New Orleans, which is obviously one of Fun World's local haunts, so to speak. They always used to go pre-pandemic. So I don't know. The oil slick was there, and then unfortunately it came up with the horrible black text on the catalogue saying discontinued. What happened with the oil slick? Was it something that was just hoped for and then didn't happen, or was there another problem? Is there anything you can tell us?
No. Basically, what happens? Um, the retailers, didn't respond to it,
Oh, okay.
and just because they're, if a retail buyer doesn't see it,
Yeah.
it's very hard to get into something. Oh, we're going to do it anyway, even though no one's going to support it. It doesn't make financial sense. This is how companies get themselves in trouble.
Right. Okay.
And Fun World is a very strong company,
Mm-hmm.
and we plan on remaining that way.
No. Okay. There you go for the fans that have always asked. That's your answer.
They love it. I actually loved it too.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean because we love something that we can go forward with it. Because if you have the largest buyers in the world who say, well, I don't see it. I don't think my customers will, it's very tough to justify to go forward with it. Now, that doesn't mean that it may not be reintroduced. I mean,
yeah. When it comes to, this is a personal question that isn't really on this, but it's just a quick one. When it comes to Fun World and the samples, like this chap here, is there like a general minimum amount that's made and then just sent to Fun World and then they distribute it to like people like Sergio, etc.? Is there like 5 or 6, 10 or 20 of these made and then they just go around as samples, or what happens with the samples?
Well, I think in the olden days there used to be things like that, but now the cost of production and machinery and electricity and power is so expensive that you have to take a risk. I mean, the buyers would say, we like this, we like this, we like that, and you have these appointments, and you get enough support from it, then you take the risk of making a certain amount of samples,
right?
And having it done. But the days of where you make 10 or 20 samples, I mean, that's gone. I mean,
Oh,
it's
okay.
just too expensive to start up machines and
Is it just single figures then, like 3 or 4, 5 or 6 or something?
no, I think what happens is that we have to be very confident that that orders are going to come in, and you produce a certain amount
Hmm.
and you use those as samples, and the rest that you produce are used towards orders.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Here we go. This could be interesting, RJ. There's loads of interesting ones on this. So, in more recent time, which is good, there was a book that appeared. Um, Personally, this is my personal opinion only. Personally, I saw the book and I did not like what I saw on the front with regards to a mass type. The book was called "It All Began with a Scream." What do you know about this book? What did you have to contact?
Well, what I know about the book is that I was asked for an interview. In all fairness to the author, quite a few times, I just couldn't. I couldn't do it. I just couldn't squeeze it in. But I wished him. We wished him well anyway, and I was very disappointed when the book came out. Not only because of the cover,
Yeah.
but because there was no copyright and trademark notice in the book, and I was going to have the book stopped on Amazon, and I don't like to do these things, but when I get upset, I can get a little tough, and the book was going to be stopped unless there was an apology on the sites.
Right.
And that I got a promise that the copyrights was going to be in the next group of books that were going to go out.
Right.
So I was not happy about it. And quite frankly, I had other people contact him because I didn't want to even, I really didn't even want to give the opportunity to speak with him. I wanted to make sure this was done quickly and fast.
Okay.
And I will say that the response was very quick because I didn't want to take the book down, and we would have.
Right. So basically, they acknowledged they made the amendment needed to be made, and hence, if anybody owns the book, you will notice, and you should be seeing a sticker in the front of the book that acknowledges copyrighted Ghostface. So yeah, we shall move on, RJ. There's a lot of these that definitely I just think interesting because this one's a puzzler to me. So not everything in this interview is always Ghostface and Scream related. This is a non-related to Ghostface and Scream. And
Good.
This isn't
I think.
Anyway, about them Fantastics. Anyway, this one, an airplane ride. Sydney Pratier. I can never say Sydney Pratier. Sadly, we've only just in recent time again. We've unfortunately just lost Sydney.
Yeah.
But, yeah. What was this? The airplane ride in Sydney.
Yeah, I put that on Twitter that he was. It really was quite incredible. We were sitting in the front of the plane.
Yeah.
And my Rosie was sitting at on the window seat.
Mm-hmm.
And I was sitting on the aisle seat, and across my aisle seat, I looked over, and it was Sidney Poitier.
Why am I shaking?
And I mean, what a distinguished looking guy. And, I went back to my Rosie and I said, and she says, I know. I didn't even get to say, guess who's sitting next to us, And so the funny thing about this was that as people were boarding the plane, you board from the front and they work their way to the back.
Yeah.
Sidney Poitier is sitting there like this, looking at everybody coming in, and every single man that walked in didn't notice him.
Oh, okay.
Did not notice him.
Yeah.
Every single woman that walked in
Did.
noticed him. And it really was quite amusing to watch. You know, some people were like, you know, doing all these different expressions, and the guys just went to the back. And Sidney Poitier was getting the biggest kick out of this. And one woman almost fainted when she saw him, and he laughed. He laughed. And so the plane took off, and, you know, we didn't want to bother him.
Yeah.
And, but Rosie, maybe a half hour into the flight, slammed her books down on the floor, and she says, "Oh, this is so boring." And all of a sudden he says, "What are you so bored about?" And she starts talking to him, and I'm like sitting there, and I'm like, wait a minute.
You're in the middle.
Yeah. And I'm thinking, you know, I want to be able to say that I spoke with Sidney Poitier as well. So at the right moment, I introduced myself, and I started talking to him. He was very, very gracious. And I said, you know, I want to prove to you that I am a fan of your movies. And I started listing off all his movies, you know, Lilies of the Field, A Patch of Blue, Shoot to Kill, In the Heat of the Night, They Call Me Mr. Tibbs, Sneakers. You know, I started naming all these movies. And the thing about him was that every time I said a title of his movie,
Yeah.
he said, "Thank you very much." Thank you very much. He thanked me very much at least 15 times because I kept naming
all of them,
all his movies. And, you know, finally he asked me, you know, what I did, and I mentioned to him about The Mask and Ghostface. He was very interested in it. He says, "Oh, you're the ones that do that." But he was, you know, he asked questions about, you know, the years and certain movies and Wes. He was very, very distinguished, very polite. And I'm really sorry that he's gone, because he was just a wonderful person to talk to. And we ended up having a conversation with him for almost 3 hours. Just talking with him about so many different things. And it's all because Rosie slammed her books down on the floor.
I'm bored.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh, it's good. It's good. Yeah, my God. If that could have happened with me and Wes, or, geez, that'd have been nice. That'd have been nice. But yeah, it's nice that these people that you look up to and see on screen, and you never always assume that you're going to come across them, do you? You always think that it's almost like an impossibility that you're ever going to meet them, you know. And then, of course, conventions and stuff go along. But
and you hear stories, you know, and you want to hope that, you know, these people are as nice as they are in person. Yeah. You know, he was just a true gentleman, lovely man.
What you say that when you met him, and obviously the plane ride, you said what you did, and it was Ghostface, and he says, "Oh, you're the people that do that." Then what approximate, or what year was this then that you come across him? Must have been more recent time.
I would say
I was expecting you to say that it was the job you did before Fun World, and it was in the 80s and 90s, but obviously not.
No, this was. I would say this was. I would think this was around 98 or so after the second movie.
Yeah.
And it was a while ago, but we've had some very interesting incidences or adventures on our planes together. You know, Joe DiMaggio. I mean, Roseanne saved him from being bothered by fans on planes. Poor guy wanted to get to sleep. You know, he was coming up behind her. Our plane was delayed till 12 o'clock at night, and he's coming up behind her, and she was holding a Yankee hat in her hand because we were in Columbus, and that was at that time it was the farm club of the Yankees. And I saw him coming up. He was very tired. His head was drooped, and I had heard he wasn't so nice to people. But Rosie with that beautiful smile,
Uh,
I says, Roseanne, put on the hat, turn around, and say hello. And she started. And I said, no time to ask questions. Just do it. And she turned around, had the hat on, and she goes, "Hi, how are you?" And he lit up like a light bulb, and he just loved her, as most people do love her, And we boarded the plane. It was very late. Everybody was asking him for his autograph. In fact, the poor guy was like this, leaning up against the window. He would rise up, sign an autograph, go back to sleep, wake up, sign an autograph. I mean, it was really
that poor bloke.
So Roseanne finally stood up and said, "Will everybody please leave this poor man alone so he could get some sleep?"
Yeah.
And he winked at her. And he went to sleep, and everybody left him alone. Great story. Yeah.
My God.
I hope we don't bore your fans too much with this, that we're talking about other things.
You know what? If the fans are true fans and they're interested in hearing RJ Torbert talk, then they better damn well still be here, because
okay.
I'm sure they will be. And yeah, well, there we go. They're going to be with this question, which has been touched on lightly in the interview previously, but here we go. Aside from the Scary Movie Mass and the Scary Movie Killer Mass, this has got to be one of the most asked questions I've ever known as a fan myself. So we all know, of course, you have to start somewhere with the production of a Halloween Ghostface mask. Peanut-eyed ghost, weeping ghost, ghost in pain, whatever you want to refer to it or think of it as, peanut-eyed ghost. Obviously, RJ's touched on it earlier that, things change and generations change. So, in the past year or so, there's been petition and I don't know about demand, but definitely the attention of Fun World has been wanted with regards to the recreation of Fantastic Faces masks. You have touched on this lightly before, but this is something that continues to come, I'm sure, to Fun World and to me, RJ. In some respects and in some reasoning, I can sort of see why that this beautiful mask in the edge of the camera here is wanted again. But again, it also represents a time of the early 90s into the mid-90s of how the masks were made with regards to slush molds, etc., which I've seen Alan talk about on an interview in the past with Stanley. So, Fantastic Faces. We know what they mean to fans. You know what they mean to fans. He does have certain characteristics in how it looks. Again, eyes, nose, mouth, shape. And all of this is, of course, copyrighted as part of Ghostface's, protection. So, put it out there for everyone to finally understand, RJ. Again, you have touched a little on this, but RJ Torbert, my name is Tim Wagstaff. Can I please have a recreated Fantastic Faces Generation 1 mask? What do you say? What's the general response, RJ?
What's it worth to you?
What's it worth to me? Yeah, well, would you believe I was offered $5,000 for the signed one? Dollars.
So,
but yeah,
let me just say this. There are many different generations of masks. There are many different. There have been different factories that are involved. There have been different molds. What makes something special?
Mm-hmm.
Is it the fact that a certain run was done and you moved on to something else? Is Scream 5 different than Scream 1?
Yeah.
It has to be looked at a certain way. Now, am I saying that those will never come back? No, I'm not saying that. But, again, when you talk about petitions and people getting together and saying this is, what they want. And, we've been, somebody presented something that I'm looking at. But, when you have a petition with 500 to 800 names on it versus what's being sold in the millions.
Yes.
You know, all this has to be taken into consideration. Now, again, you know, everything is considered, everything is discussed, and if someone doesn't get their way, they're going to have to understand that there was a reason why it wasn't done. That we've been, you know, there have been some people who just feel that they should get an answer back very quickly, and that we should do, because that's what they want, you know. And so do they write to DC Comics that they want them to do something with Superman differently? Do they say that they want Iron Man to wear do something different with his helmet? You know, people need to understand that this so many, a wide range of things involved with all of this. And, you know, a lot of companies would ignore some of this stuff. And the fact that people have a portal or a way to ask the question and have it considered is really a plus for them. I mean, all this licensing that has been done the last 3.5 years.
Yeah.
If you look at the licensing that's been done prior to that, it was almost nothing. Okay. But I kept getting, why don't you do this? What about this? What about that? You know, and, you know, we did it. You know, I did you know, we licensed an expensive figure. We have T-shirts. We have other figures. We have the handbags. I mean, there's so much going on.
Underwear, apparel. Yeah.
Underwear.
For the first time, Ghostface underwear.
Which, by the way, you look good in it. And so, you know, people need to understand that everything is considered, and they need to be accepting if it's delayed or possibly it doesn't happen. But that's what makes the world go round, right? I mean, things change. I mean, and, you know, there's a registered trademark right behind my head here. You know, so there's reasons for everything. They just have to be patient, and they have to be understanding if they don't get their way.
Yeah.
And understand that they don't own the property.
Yeah, there's a few things online you see where you wish people would think of that again. But yeah. Do you understand, just as another fan yourself, of, you know, your own branding and your own character there, or Funworld's character, whichever? Do you understand why fans love the Fantastics and the Fearsome so much? You know, you understand it's the overall appearance, and it's, you know, how he actually looks. Yeah.
No, I understand. I understand completely why they do. But with that said, you know, I get a lot of notifications from people that also like the way it is now also.
Yeah. Well, that particular one behind your head, the logo mask, as I sort of call it, that's what they call the TD mold, which is also nicknamed by fans as the Walgreens reshoot, because you could always find them damn things in Walgreens, and they used them on the reshoots of Scream 4. But but that one stopped in 2013. For whatever reason, you know, I'm sure molds get worn out, and it was around from the mid-90s. But again, one of the favourites is just Ghostface RJ as a whole. I mean, he always keeps us guessing, Mr. Ghostface. And the amount of times you see somebody send a picture of a mask, and have you ever seen this type before? Like, oh, what's this? And, you know, the cryptic gauze, only 1,000 made, and, you know, the scarecrows. That was a question about the scarecrow, actually. The scarecrow was around a little while. Do you think Mr. Scarecrow Ghostface would ever return? Could it ever return? I know this was a question from a fan. And I thought, well, it's an interesting one because I don't always hear Scarecrow mentioned much, but it is actually sought after.
Yeah, I really don't. I don't think so, but that doesn't mean a definitive no.
Okay, okay.
All right.
No, no, I appreciate you answering. I appreciate you answering. Here we go. This is sort of related to Fantastic Faces, but this is more with regards to the factories and the increase in demand. And this was a question put to me. It said, "Could you please ask this?" I think it was from a chap called Joe or Wade. It was one that the two brothers. Anyway, the production of early mass compared to after the first film had been out. What were the differences? Like, for instance, 91 to 96 before Scream, there was obviously a production of whatever amount, and it was just what happened with regards to these mass. Also, the other lines, the other mass types in the line of Fantastics. So there was some sort of normal production, shall we say? So after Scream came and introduced Ghostface a bit more to the world, or what we come to know as Ghostface, what was the differences in production from before the film, and as the film started to impact, what was the demands like that you remember?
I can tell you that the mask and the assortment always sold well, and it
Yeah.
always was very, very steady. But yes, after the movie came out, there was um, there was a huge difference in the demand for the mask. We saw it immediately. So I mean, there's no question about it that the movie, and the fact that the movie was a classic. If the movie was terrible, it wouldn't have been really. I don't think it would have affected the mass so much. But
Yeah.
um, but the fact that it was a classic, it generated so much interest, and the unusual look of it. It just was so powerful, and it's been very steady throughout. Through 2 and 3, and then I think it was 10 years between 3 and 4. Which, by the way, I'll never forget when Wes notified me. His exact words were, "Well, I guess we're going to be in the Ghostface business again." That's how he told me it was. That's how I got greeted. But and it was always very steady. Always very steady from 2011 to 2021, and now, of course, it's the hottest thing in the world. No question about it.
Yeah, the demand is uncanny. Yeah, I can see why the demand. I mean, especially with this chat. I mean, Gordon Bennett. You go on eBay now, 500 quid, 500 pounds. It's like, seriously.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think that's right to gouge people like that.
You know what the saddest thing is with regards to price gouging? I don't know how they do it or what they sleep like at night, which is probably easier because they got more money, because they've fooled some people. But you know what gets me personally? This last 2021 has been a problem. Obviously, with suppliers I mentioned earlier, but for whatever reason, these little swines, I'll say, always manage to get the stuff and then gouge it because they've got that stuff. And you think, how the hell did their supplies not get slowed down, etc., etc. And you think, how did they get it so fast, Whether it's a Scorch Viper 25th costume. Honestly, I really wonder about that.
Well, this is why I'm very careful about who I send things to at this point, because there was a time where I would send someone would send a mask or a book in and ask for a signature, and I would do it.
Yeah.
But then you see it on eBay for ridiculous amounts of money.
Exactly.
And I'm not interested in seeing my book signed out there for $50-$60. I'm interested in a fan who really loves Ghostface. Whether it's the mask, whatever it is, the movies, that's what's important, not the fact that they're turning it around and want to make money off it. That I don't.
Yeah.
I'm not crazy about. Now, I mean, if it's one thing to be reasonable and fair, but to take advantage of something, I don't agree with it.
No, I don't either. Fortunately, sadly, it does happen though, doesn't it? I don't think it's not your fault. It's not my fault. It's not anyone's fault as such. It's just sadly that's what some people are like, and they take full advantage of it, and it's very unfortunate. So, a name among the fans over the years is known by many a fan now because of what he's had in his collection, and this is the name of Nate Reagan. So you may have heard of Nate and the end credits of Scream 5.
Nate who now?
Yeah, Nate who? Apparently he's a Clarion man. He'll watch his back and he'll be laughing when I say that. A Clarion man. But yes, Nate has obviously had contact with you over the years with the events he did at Stu's house from the end of the first film. Anthony Maisie, of course, is linked to. And yes, Nate's helped with Scream 4 and Scream 5. But you had obvious influence, which I don't think Nate even thought you had this influence or power, so to speak. But you got Nate Reagan. And also, let me just 1 second. Just in the past as well, Nate is not only credited on the film, but he is also on the bottom of the packaging, which is because he had involvement with helping them the ring lights.
Right.
Yeah. So Nate has been credited in the past, but you got him into the credits, didn't you, RJ, for Scream 5? So.
Yeah, he did. I wanted his name in the credits. I felt he deserved it and earned it, and that's why he's under the listing that's there with me and the Fun World staff. In fact, if I had known, I didn't know of his involvement really with Scream 4. I was always dealing with Wes, so I didn't know that he was. If I had known, I would have certainly gotten his name in those credits as well. But in this particular case, Paramount had started sending me questions about the costume, and I knew immediately that Nate was the perfect person for it. And I had his name, put in the credits. As far as that NECA figure there, they wanted to put my name on there too, and I didn't. I told them to take it off and put the Fun World staff on there. But I was okay with them having Nate's name on that.
But Fun World staff, Nate Reagan. So not a lot of people always realise it with the NECA figures. These were 2011 classic zombies and also the head knockers, etc. But he's an informative chap, and I told him on
we met.
Live stream.
We've been in touch a few times. He's a fine young man. We met down in
Texas.
I think it was Texas at the
2015 Frightmare event.
Was it 2015?
It was, because I think you saw Maggie as well, didn't you?
No, I don't recall ever meeting Maggie.
Do you know that? I'm sure she said she met you at the Texas Frightmare because you were giving some of these away in the raffle, the gold on gold.
Oh, I really don't recall. I know that I met Robert Scott during the show. He was walking in the aisle somewhere, and I was.
I'd have to ask Maggie again.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I apologize because she's a sweetheart, and she really is a loyal Ghostface fan, and I really think the world of her. But I don't recall actually meeting her. I mean, I people were coming up to me to sign books because a lot of the books were being sold there, and so between the books that I was signing. And I met a few people there. I know that's where I met Nate. But I've met a lot of nice people and through emails and through in person, a lot of great group of people, and it's
many fans over time.
It's been it's been quite enjoyable, and I hope they feel the same way.
Oh, I'm sure. So we've got 35. The HHN masks. Now, we have touched briefly on this, but this is, I don't know, anything else you want to say about HHNs? Apart from the special, aren't they?
Yeah, it's really my pride and joy, the HHN, because I knew when Universal Studios contacted me for this, I immediately knew that I wanted to do something special.
Yeah.
And I went and worked with the factories on this, and I explained to them what I wanted to do in regards to the thickness of the material and
Yeah.
the size of the hood. And it was and and again, I limited it to 250 pieces. I wanted this to be a collector's piece from
It
the
is.
from
Yeah.
the very beginning. And and I knew at that time I didn't think that to make any more, only because I wanted it to be a collector's piece, and two, um, I wasn't sure if the retails could hold at that particular time. But you know what? I think it worked out for the best. I think I have number 1 and 250. I think.
I know you've
I
still got 250, yeah, because I had
Okay.
248. I had 248 when I met you in Port
Okay.
Jet. 249 I did get off you.
You met me?
Yeah, do you remember? Here's one of them here. That's one of
Yeah.
the store-bought ones that glows. Then there's others that didn't glow, which
You're
were
right.
more the 250 batch. But
Right.
yeah, I mean, this is always in the bag. It's never displayed as such, which is a shame. But I love to keep it sort of preserved and special because that's what it is. But yeah, I need a bigger room to get more of these displayed. But
Well, I know that you have the very special mask of with myself, Wes, Stanley Geller, and
Oh.
Alan Geller signatures on it. There's only 6 of those.
yes, this.
Yeah, there's only 6 of those.
Yeah, you know this. I know this is a later film, and obviously it's a while afterwards. But this reminds me of the Screen 5 masks in some respects. The overall shape, thickness, quality, maybe even the mix. I don't know, but yeah, there he is, right on the top where we always used to sign, Mr. Wes Craven. Stanley up the side, Alan on this side, and I don't know about this chap on here. Who's this? I met him in 2013, I think. RJ?
Yeah, the nice thing about all these masks that Wes signed, I mean,
yeah.
I was most of them I was there standing next to him when he signed it. So I mean,
yeah.
what better way to say, well, I know Wes signed it because I was standing there.
You were there, yeah. Plus,
You know.
you can't mistake his signature. I mean, anyone knows a fake one, thankfully, which is not many of compared to a real one. I always remember you telling me years ago. You said, I send so many to Wes, and I can't do your accent. But somebody said, if you ever try to do RJ's accent when he's listening, I says, well, the reaction isn't too bad. I says, and he knows I can't do it. But I remember you saying years ago that you'd sent so many to Wes, and he was up, it was quite a while signing all these masks. Then he sent them all back to you again. And they were for special
What
occasions.
happened? Well, that's funny. I had forgotten about this because I told you that I was there for most of them. But
Yeah.
when at the end of Scream 4, he wanted to give away masks to all the staff and cast and crew as a goodbye gift.
Right.
And he asked me if I would send him more masks. And I said, sure, but I want you to sign more masks for me to give away. And
so he was busy.
oh, he said, yeah. And he says, sure. So I sent the masks. He gave them away, to everybody. From what I understand, if I remember correctly, he said he was giving them away, and then it started pouring, raining or something like that. And everybody went running to their cars and stuff. But,
yeah.
he
did a lot of signing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
No, it's good. It's good. You've mentioned this before, the amount of licensing over the last 3 years, and the fact also there's 100 masks sent to the set of the film. Bit of a random order on this one, but yeah, I personally remember in the times of Scream 4, there was NECA figures, the head knocker, the standard figures as we're seeing here. Ultra Whites first came about in 2011. As much as fans got their opinions on Ultras, they're still Ghostface, and it is what it is. But Yeah, the licensing over the last 3 years, Gordon Bennett, T-shirts, you know, the apparel, the underwear, as we said before, God, the large plush Mezco figure, you know, Living Dead dolls, the God, I just look behind here at all this, and this is just part of it. The retro figure, the updated figure, the chrome knife, and the God, but Spirit Halloween getting involved. Spirit like had the idea for this, didn't they, RJ? Let me just get it. Didn't you say that this was a credit to Spirit because this was their idea or something?
I believe so. Yes,
Yeah,
yes. I mean, we've been working very closely with them. Yes.
yeah. I mean, I'd never
Um,
seen one of these ever in any
yeah.
shop with anything
Right.
else on the bag, you know. But I got a fan to get me a couple of these, and here we are. There's one hanging up and there's one here. But
Yeah. And all this licensing it's a credit to the fans. I mean,
yeah,
I wasn't going to do all this. I was really afraid of saturating the market. Um, but I kept getting requests. I
yeah,
kept getting doing the emails and the phone call. So we did it, and this is it's a credit to the fans
yeah.
that this is happening.
I
And
remember.
all the stuff that you were talking about, there were things that have very short runs because I didn't like the way they came out and I stopped them. So there are
Ah,
things out there.
yeah,
I think somebody had a tiki thing or something and I didn't like the way it came out and I
yeah.
had it stopped.
There's one just out of my camera view, and yeah,
Yeah,
I mean, I look at it, I get it because it's Ghostface, but yeah, there's definitely things in the collection that are favourites and things that aren't so favourite, but you get it anyway.
right,
And yeah, I remember saying to fans, look, you know, get them while you can, hint, hint, and they did exactly that.
right.
But yeah, the 100 of masks sent to the set, these were many types, including Silver Chrome, Scarecrow, Zombie, obviously Ultras, and yeah, what can you tell us about? This is, I think I said this on the test call. I can't remember whether it was a test call or the phone call, but this is one thing, and I said to Nate recently about this. I says I finally got an answer. I think it was a phone call with you recently. There was one tweet that RJ put out there that
Uh-oh.
it didn't infuriate me, but it got me really, really, really thinking because I know what
Uh,
RJ does with samples and rejects and testing, and it was
I know
quite
what
a mask. But
I know.
what quite a task, but what a mask. And I was like, come on, RJ, for months and months and months, probably over a year. I was like, oh, phone calls, RJ, come on, what was it? What was it? So, what was the
It
mask that
was
was quite a task?
there was a there was a couple of things that were done with a mixture of materials.
Testing.
And, yeah, and I had them here.
Yeah.
Uh, and I
EU,
sent them down. Yeah, and I
EU
sent them
stamps.
down. I sent them down to the set, and um, as you all know, I gave some of these masks away for people who made donations to
Yeah.
Four Oceans. I believe very strongly in Four Oceans. People are just destroying the oceans, and animals are just getting. Um,
Caught in
they're
it.
dying. They're dying from having plastic around their beaks and
Yeah.
getting wrapped up in nets. And um, I have a dolphin bracelet, um, that I wear. I don't know if you can see it.
Oh, just yeah, yeah. Inwards a bit. There you go.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and you see my Ben Franklin watch, um, it's something that I think it's extremely good cause. But anyway, I sent these masks out to people who made donations. Now these are masks that were on the set the entire time.
Yeah.
And naturally, because I wasn't there on set, I can't say that they were actually used or not.
Yeah.
So in order to be fair and honest, I said they were on set the entire time, which they were. Now I have my own feelings about whether or not some of these were used or not.
Yeah.
You know, and I think Nate, you know, Nate's got a special one. I think Maggie's got a special one.
Yeah.
In fact, you know, if you look at her hood and the
Mhm.
way it droops down and everything.
Yeah.
But I mean,
Same
again,
as that, isn't it? It's the same as the this one. I
hold
know
it
on the
up.
video she did when she got it off you. It's the same as one
Yeah,
of these. Yeah.
turn that to the side. Yeah, I think if you look at hers though,
There's a
I think
difference.
her,
Is it?
I think her hood is more fuller than that.
Okay.
So it is my belief, and I'll just say this, that what Nate have and what Maggie have are special. And I did send other masks out. Some people were disappointed with what they got after the donation. But again, I never described them as being used in the film. I described them as
On set.
masks were there on location, on set, the entire amount of time.
Yeah.
And of course, the one that we did auction off that was screen used, the only reason why I was able to say that that was on screen was because I got that certified by Paramount Studios that one was.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
You know, so, you know, the only way that I could say to these people that they was on screen was if I had it certified. But since I wasn't there, I do know for a fact they were on set the entire time.
Yeah.
So were they used? Possibly.
Yeah.
Were they not used? Possibly. So,
Mm.
but they were there on location.
Yeah. No, that's it. They're part of it in some shape, way, or form. Okay. So we have an interesting one, Mr. Torbert. This is coming from one of your books, and this surprised even you because this was selected as one of the best sort of quotes, so to speak. So you had a quote which I can relate to personally in my life, definitely. Many times over the years, but volumes are spoken when nothing is being said, and this was recognised recently. Won it as being one of the best, or was it the most memorable quotes?
Yeah, it's yeah, that way I got a lot of I didn't even know it. I got a lot of text messages from people that it was selected as one of the top 100 meaningful quotes of the past decade. And the reason why I was really surprised by it was because I attributed that quote to a character out of No Mercy. I think it was Detective Cronin's character.
Yeah.
So I was surprised that it went from the book to, you know, my name as the author. But yeah, it's I feel that way very strongly because if you were to ask me a question right now, and I just looked at you and didn't say anything.
RJ, that HHN 250. Please get it to me as soon as possible. And by the way, put my name in the end credits on the next film, and you'll give me some.
So
response.
if I didn't reply to that, what does that tell you? So
yeah, it says like, he's thinking various things. It's true.
You know, silence is an absence of action. Words or thoughts. It can be proof of someone's true self.
Yeah.
You know, by being silent about something that involves you, it really can tell you so much more about that person that what is actually being said.
Yeah. I've seen that in many aspects of life. I'm not going to start quoting particular instances, but I remember reading that in the second book. I have read both the books, Face of Fear and No Mercy, and I'm sure some fans will be going out there always creeping now. Look, you think what you want, fans. You think what you want. End of the day, I've read them. I enjoyed them. Simple. But I remember reading that quote and I thought, Jesus Christ, that is something I could really, again, many aspects of life. From this on my hat, the Alfreda Zane TV show, Ghost Hunting in my life, Ghostface, loads of things in my life. Yeah.
It's very interesting because,
Mm.
quite frankly, based on what your comment you just said, the books really aren't supported by the Scream community. They're
Aye.
supported by the murder mystery people, and I really wanted to do something totally different than the Scream franchise. I didn't want to copy,
Yeah.
I wanted to do a murder mystery, and as we know, Wes loved the first book. He didn't get a
Mm.
chance to read the second book, but
I know, that's a massive
uh,
shame. That was. He wanted to be. He said to RJ, and I possibly should even let RJ say this. He can reiterate, but Wes says to RJ regarding the first book, which was The Face of Fear, and he said that he wanted to be the Judge Green
uh,
character. He said if there's ever was a film, Wes
yeah,
wanted to be Judge Green.
yeah,
Always saw him as.
he loved he liked it very much, and he could see himself in the role of Judge Green,
Yeah.
the way Judge Green was, and the way that he bounced in and out of the story. And he thought that because he didn't mind doing a cameo here and there, and he thought that that would have been good. In fact, he sent me an email. He says, "Yeah," he says, "I could be Judge Green," and so yeah.
Yeah.
Every time I hear about the character Judge Green, of course, I think about him.
Mm-hmm.
And the books have actually uh, have raised money for certain charity events,
Mm.
certain charities and stuff. And but more important than that, I've in the back of The Face of Fear is a list of police officers that have died in the line of
Mm.
duty. And
I remember that list.
I've gotten a couple of letters from women who read the book, and they tell me how touched they were um, that they saw their husband's name in the back of the book, and they said they just their hearts just pounded when they saw it. And
Mm-hmm.
to me, that's worth everything.
Yeah, yeah, that's definitely again where the volumes are spoken when nothing's being said. You see a tear down someone's face, and again, 1,000 words,
Yes.
million words. Yeah, yeah. Again, this is for some of the little haters. In Wes years ago did an interview, and he started to refer to the Scream 2 script he had to change, and he actually said this: "For you little fuckers out there that messed it up, you just caused us 2 months more work." And he actually said those exact words. That was Wes. That's like Wes has just swore. And this is what I think sometimes with people that may watch this back, for the little haters out there that think RJ this or RJ that with the books. This has gone to charitable purposes. This isn't all about this and that and the other. What people may think.
Oh,
It's always
that's
been a good
true.
thing.
That's true. So
Yeah.
please, before you make your comments and write in, I've never taken any profit from the books.
Yeah.
Okay, so please, it's you know, I don't need anything,
Yeah.
misconceptions about the
If
books.
people just took the time to listen and understand, honestly. And people sometimes say, "Oh, you think RJ this, you think RJ that." Well, how's about you ever think that maybe I know him better? Yeah, I've got to know this man over the last 11 and a half years, and my God, if there were more of this chap, the world would be such a goddamn better place. Even the attitude.
You're swearing. Okay, thank you.
Oh, sorry, we've got to keep it clean. Power Man, so we're going there. What's he just say? They've had swearing in the film. Anyway, we should continue on because we're getting towards the end. So there we go. What have I got one to hand? Let's have a look. Hang on. There we go. Right. This was on the questions here. So, okay. EU stamp masks we've mentioned. Plastic full shroud masks and sales of the 25th anniversary items. Now, this particular chap, this is actually a 2017. This is just me, like I talk on my streams here with the fans, but this is a 2017 plastic Ghostface mask. At first, people were surprised to see these particular type of masks. I was surprised as a fan, but there you go, nice and solid. Would you believe that all of a sudden, after the brief appearance of these being in the latest release, shall we say, which is not going to spoil anything for anyone, so don't get the wrong idea, that all of a sudden everyone now wants these again. So the question comes in, can you ask RJ? Can you ask RJ? I said, okay. So, number one is these masks currently, as far as we know as fans, are only available in costumes with the bib style on them, not the full shroud. This, my personal little stock of these, so to speak, I've got from 27 and 18. So, is it possible these could show up again in the future, RJ, because people now want them after seeing them at the end of the film before the end credits pop up and in the stab footage? Do you think a full shroud plastic could return?
The answer to that is, why don't you send me an email and I will investigate. How's that sound?
No, that sounds okay. That sounds okay. This next one, with regards to the sales, I honestly think this is it's almost like a no-brainer question, but it was on the list here, so I am guessing, and you may have to look into this. How were the sales with regards to the 25th anniversary masks and kids and adult sparkle costumes? I'm guessing, just from seeing the fans' reaction out there and the fact that people are struggling, not always just because of supplies, but because people sell out fast. But do you know what the sales were like on the 25th anniversary edition?
Well,
items?
the best answer that I can give you is that the demand was much higher than what we had available, only because of what's going on with the supply chain.
Right.
Okay, so the sales would have been tremendous
Mm-hmm.
if we were able to get things in time. So, I know that one of our distributors, Morris Costume,
Yeah.
was going to have it available with them, and I can tell you that the emails and communication was lit up
Mm-hmm.
over it. So a
Demand.
lot of things, a lot of things are being considered for the future, because so the answer to your question is the sales were limited because of many reasons that's going on out there.
Mm-hmm.
The demand was extremely high.
Okay. Which is always a plus if you want to sell stuff in the
Yes.
future, I guess. Yeah. Okay. So, what is this here? Okay. So this is something in relation to Dead by Daylight that, again, I've been asked this a lot, and I've even been asked this a lot on my gaming streams where I've been playing DBD, is the nickname it. So the saying of never say never is well known, been said in past conversations, which it probably has on this interview now. But in Dead by Daylight, we have seen many cosmetics. The Viper's gone into there, the Scorch has been created, of course the Icebound Phantom, and even the Silver Chrome's in there with a particular cosmetic, and there's a lot of cosmetics for Ghostface. I believe there's 22 currently on the game. When you come to singular items of mask, cloak and knife. So 22 I believe is the amount at the minute. Fans have asked over time, RJ, with regards to Dead by Daylight, would there ever be any consideration or possibility of the zombie type Ghostface or the Scarecrow Ghostface going into the game? And some of the maps in the game, I don't know how well you know the game with regards to the maps and the realms as they call them, but some of the maps in the game are based at a farm with cornfields, so the Scarecrow would actually fit in very nicely, so to speak, whether it's the costume or even just the mask type. And also the zombie in other particular areas and realms of the map as they call it, I think there are two types that would fit into the game, but again, it's not just a case of pressing a button or making a single call. So what was your opinion on a possibility of zombie or Scarecrow maybe appearing in DBD in the future?
I think to answer your question honestly and fairly is that it has been discussed in regards to that.
Those particular masks?
Yes.
Okay, right.
Now, that doesn't mean that it will happen.
Okay.
But it doesn't mean that that it won't happen.
Okay.
Okay.
So it could be talked about, but who knows in the future. Okay, is that fair? Is that okay? He's doing that speaking without reacting thing. About that HHN 250. Name in the credits. Oh my god.
I think it's time for a chocolate. Anyway, go
Oh, is it?
ahead.
Yeah. OJ, could I have ghostface.co.uk on the back of headers in the future? Is that okay? Yeah. Ghostface, the icon of Halloween.com, which is the secondary address of the website that not a lot of people know. Anyway. So, this we have actually covered various people sending in submissions and ideas that want answers and do not understand the length of time. So when people do send to Funworld, say, look, we've got this idea, that idea, it's not just a case, again, as we speculated, you don't just go, oh, okay, this is a good idea, let's, I mean, even with Clive, isn't it, a nice idea with a pumpkin, again, it takes time to
Right.
process, and same with the Screamer that's come out, I know Clive had obviously been in talks with you, and that was private, but something was worked out. It says here, though, any surprise... What's that noise? Can you tell your cat, please? Got to edit this bit. The cat's losing her mind. Okay, are there any surprises for 2022 and beyond? This is on my paper here, RJ. What can you tell us? Anything? Any hints or any information?
I can tell you that there's new things being worked on, and
Okay.
the fans are going to be very happy. Like I said, the product development team here is the best, and we all work together to bring out the best and what we think would work. And as I mentioned, I do. The company is more than Ghostface, of course. I mean, we're the largest generic costume company in the world, which a lot of people don't realize that.
I don't realise that. Is it really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And but in regards to Ghostface, because I know that's where the interests lie, is that there's some things that are going to happen that I think they're going to be very happy with. How's that?
No, that's nice. That's nice. Something you said, that there's a lot of things that you say in the past, sometimes private, sometimes to be spoke about in the future. You said at one time,
Oh boy.
remember, this is not live now, this is pre-recorded, so I'll start this again. Hang on, my camera keeps going off. There we go. Right, so you said hang on a minute. Yeah, okay. It's okay. I think the Charlotte's sorting out the cat, so I'll just put this in a point to edit, and I can then just chop into it again. Right. If this is something you do not want in the interview, then by all means tell me, RJ. And again, the edit is, that's where I can chop it. But there we go. At one time, I think this was on Twitter. I'm pretty sure it was. There was some sort of... It may have been a tweet or it was something else, but you said there was two things, or just two of one particular item being made in the whole world. And I don't know whether it was a mask, whether it's merchandise, whether it's apparel, whatever it was. I don't think you ever got into a description of it. You said there's two things to do with Ghostface, and that's all that's going to exist of this. Whatever it is that's being made, there's only two. And one is going to be whatever it's going to be, one is going to be exactly the same, and for whatever reason there was going to be some sort of way a lucky fan could obtain this one of two items via some sort of charity auction. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. Is that something is that something that's in progress or completed and awaiting the proper time?
I can tell you it's in progress. There's something that was being made.
Okay.
And I requested an additional one to be made.
Right.
Because I'm going to probably give it away.
Mm-hmm. Giveaway, or giveaway is in to a charity to be auctioned?
Yes, it'll probably be involving a charity, and that person will have um, one of two,
Hmm.
uh, and it will never be sold. Yes.
Okay. Okay.
So a true collector's piece. Yes.
Okay. I'm very intrigued on that one, I must say. Very intrigued. So we're almost at the end here. I mean, the oil slick mask, what happened with it? We have spoken about the oil slick mask. Um, Here we go. This is. I've got two more questions on the paper at least.
Okay.
So this was an interesting one sent in to RJ from a fan, which I will say. And this was hell of a question. I think this is some, again, not screaming Ghostface this one, but this is hell of a question, and I think RJ agrees here. So if RJ could have dinner with two people at the same time from a period of in history, who would they be and why? So if someone said, "Would you have dinner with
Yeah.
Benjamin Franklin or I don't know,
It's
President
it's a ve-
Lincoln?"
yeah. It is a very interesting question, and I was surprised when it came in.
Hmm.
I think if I had two people to sit down and have dinner with at the same time, the answer would be one, Benjamin Franklin, and two, Martin Luther King Jr.
Oh,
Because um,
yeah.
I think that the two of them and me sitting there listening would be amazing. Martin Luther King Jr., he did so much, um, between intensifying the civil rights movement. Time Magazine Person of the Year, I believe it was 1963. Um, he really set the motion for what is happening today, but in a peaceful, respectful way.
Mm.
He I always felt a connection to him because Elvis loved him.
Right.
And when he did his I Have a Dream speech, and unfortunately, when he was assassinated, it affected Elvis greatly. And
Mm.
that's where the If I Can Dream song came from. And in my opinion, is the greatest live performance of a song ever performed.
Oh.
I know for a fact that when Elvis did this back in 1968 or 69, it was a few months after Martin Luther King was assassinated. I
Right.
think he was assassinated in April of that year. But I was told by George Klein that he went backstage and curled up and cried like a baby because it affected him so much.
Yeah.
And Benjamin Franklin, well, here's a guy who um, created insurance as we know it today. He
Mm.
created the odometer that you have. He created the first public library, the first fire department, the first police department, the first hospital in America, as people know today. A lot of people don't know that he is the only person, the only American um, to sign the four most important documents of the United States. He's truly a founder, and he's also really the editor of the Declaration of Independence that Thomas
Mm.
Jefferson wrote.
Mm.
He stood up for being an American to England and to France. I mean, he was an amazing man, and what most people don't realize about Franklin is that his last public act
Yeah.
was to send Congress a petition for the abolition of slavery.
Yeah.
And and I think that the abolition of slavery and what he did to try to get that stopped, which slavery didn't end for another 65 years. But between him having a conversation with Martin Luther King and for Franklin to see the advancement, and for Franklin to explain to Franklin that we haven't gotten there just yet, I think it would be a very interesting conversation between the two of them. I would love to be a witness to that. So that was a very good question.
Yeah, yeah, very unexpected, but yeah, hell of a question, definitely. This
Oh,
in
yeah. Whoever sent that question in, I think
yeah,
his name is John. I appreciate that uh, question. It was a good question.
okay. Cheers, John. This whole interview, not any fault of RJ's or my own, I hope, but this has all been like a jumble of questions. We didn't all want it to be Screen 5 this and then Screen 4 that, and
Right.
then so this question here is basically with regards to the directors and producers of the new film, and this is basically just on the end of the page here. But yeah, was you in any shape, way, or form in any contact with the directors and producers before the movie started even to film? You know, what was your first encounter, so to speak, with Tyler and Matt and producers? You know, was it?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought I mentioned this
Did,
earlier in the interview, but
mm,
before the movie went to started filming, I was on a Zoom call with them,
okay.
um, and we had a 30 to 40-minute conversation about a number of things.
Okay.
It involved Wes. It involved the use of the mask. It involved
Okay.
the set. It involved their needs. Um, it involved a number of things, and honoring the memory of Wes was one of them.
Mm,
Um, so, like I said, they were a pleasure to deal with and talk to, and I'm really proud of what they did. Um, the movie had me jumping out of my seat in
yeah.
certain instances. And I have to say that the last 20 minutes of the film I thought was outstanding. I thought that the way things came together and just melded together or molded together in relation to the past
Yeah.
and present, I thought they really did an outstanding job.
Mm. Was it? I asked this question because of your reference to what you said on my live stream in the past. So the live stream on the past, anyone that didn't know, I didn't see it. RJ was audio only on a call, but RJ had been asked the question by another fan that who's his favourite killers. Bear in mind it was 4 films existing at the time, and I think RJ had said Billy and Stu, and Billy or Skeet had a certain sort of thing about him and his character. As you was watching, the Scream 2022 or Scream 5, RJ, and Skeet popped up. What was your thoughts as he popped up?
I
Because it's never been done like that before in any of the films, has it?
Well, again, you're asking me to talk about something that happened in the movie.
Well,
um,
I know there's a lot of people, and this will be put onto the description of the video. It will be mentioned in the live stream when this goes for people to watch. That this will contain very small spoilers, but yeah, again,
let's just say that I was very surprised, and I thought it
mm,
was a genius way to bring characters,
sort
back
of
in.
back. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
So
yeah. Obviously, there was a bit of CGI, but technology today. What can we say? Technology today, but overall. Here we go. We've gone through the 4 printed sheets, and God, here I am, 25 to 6 UK time, and I'm going to head to work very soon. But
okay.
this has been an extremely rare opportunity and a massive bloody pleasure, to say the least. Jeez. About that HHN 250, RJ. Okay, thank you. Just do that facial expression. But no, in all seriousness, the last time RJ was filmed and interviewed alongside Alan Geller, at least, was 2011 of Anthony Mazey and Still Screaming documentary. Which, if you haven't seen it, then make sure to at least find a copy and watch, because it's
Right.
really nice.
And no comments about how I've aged, please.
Yeah, yeah. Here's a little darker on the documentary. But you know what? At the end of the day, RJ made it clear a few months ago now that the interview was going to happen, and RJ's turned down a lot of interviews. It's, as they sometimes just say, there's so much going on, and I cannot do the accent, but it's very true in what he says. There is always so much going on, and unfortunately that means it's going to continue because there's a sixth film greenlit. But just overall, though, whether there's anyone from Paramount that watches this or anyone from, a bit higher up than what I am, definitely it's not hard to do. If you've enjoyed watching this, then thank you very much for watching. But I also have to thank RJ, because 11 and a half years I've been in contact with this man, and he literally scared me the first time he did contact me, because his assistant said on Twitter, "Please follow me, we need to talk," and I was like, uh-oh. And Ghostface.co.uk had some copyright takes that was very small and needed updating. And then this message came that just said, "We need to talk," and I was like, oh my god. Oh, the S word, as you can imagine. I was like, oh, we're going to get sued, what's going to happen? And time progressed, and I had this American accent on the end of a phone saying, it's okay, I think the site's nice, it's been done okay, but you need to update this with the text. And thankfully I was allowed to keep a website online, which is still online today, and a major passion of mine is Ghostface and the Scream movies. And I mean, look at it all behind me, for God's sake. This room is too small, there's much more in the loft, and over time RJ sent various items just as a thanks, and for supporting and even helping him with certain things. So overall, though, this is like a late Christmas present to me. Lockdown's been lockdown. It's not always been the best times over here. So thank you, RJ, for giving me something to look forward to. It's been, as I say, massive pleasure.
Well, you're welcome, and you do a great job, and I like what you do for the fans, and you give them an outlet, and whether it's positive or negative, I mean, they have a place to go, and you can answer their questions, and but you do a good job with keeping your site very respectful to everybody, and I think that I wanted to get this done for you, and I also want to take the time to thank the fans. They are appreciated, and I want to make sure that they know that, and I will continue to do what I can to let them know that that I do pay attention to their comments, and and I wish the best for everybody as we head into 2022.
Yeah, I hope it's a bit better year than the last 2 years, and hopefully things do improve in some way. But just thank you for what you do in your job, and thank you for protecting our favourite Ghostface horror icon, icon of Halloween, correctly named. And it's just,
that came from I read that in the New York Times in October of 1997. In fact, it was 1997, and I think that I think Alan also had read it. I think we were actually together at the time when we saw it, if I remember this correctly. But that also rang bells in our heads, and I says, I've got to trademark this. This is the perfect subtitle name for the trademark, and of course he agreed. So it's been an unbelievable journey with this. Who would have thought we'd still be talking about this 27 years later?
That's true. Yeah, if it wasn't for my friend Asda, of all places. Asda used to sell Ghostface masks. I hope they get them again in the future. But my mate just would not shut up about Scream in '97. I was like, mate, shut up about this film. You know that I hate horror. I really hated horror. Freddy and Jason used to get beatings and gunshots, and they'd always come back. So I never had any faith in horror. Yeah. And then Ghostface and Scream and West come along, and they changed my mind. So thank you.
I'll actually be surprised if you have people that can watch. I just noticed we've been talking for almost 3.5 hours.
It's okay. I've got to get to work, but we can make it 5 if you want.
No. No.
But no. But yeah, just to finish
Okay.
then. Just to finish. Okay, let me start. Okay. Well, thank you everyone for watching. If indeed you still are watching, I'm sure you are. If indeed you still are, but I'm sure you are. Again, extremely rare occasion. Just the last question there, RJ.
Oh boy.
You can answer this with an expression of your face, or you can actually speak. It's up to you. Do you think in the future there's any slight possibility that this could happen again, like this, at the right time?
I can probably see it happening again, but
Okay.
not as long.
Yeah. Well, it's because
I hope, I really hope that everybody enjoys it and they were entertained. I hope they laughed a little bit. I hope they got some information. I hope they take it for what its intent to be. You know, and really doing this out of appreciation for you.
Yeah.
And for the fans.
I
Nothing
appreciate
else.
that. Yeah.
Okay.
No, it's good. I'm sure the fans appreciate it. I know I definitely do. So, yeah, thank you for that. I shall let you continue your Saturday, which currently over there it's 1:45 almost. And
Yes.
RJ's been there since just after 9. So, yeah, thank you everyone. Thank you anyone that has thoroughly enjoyed this. I'm sure you have. But we'll do this again hopefully in the future. And as RJ
Bye,
says,
everybody.
not as long.
Right. All right. Take care, everybody. Thank you again, Tim.
Okay.
Bye now.
Thank you. Yeah. I'm just thinking why there was my microphone muted, but the microphone and the streaming software was in the mixer on the interview screen. It's hard to explain when you got streaming software. So yes, here we go. Let's try again. So yeah, there you go. That was a long one. Bloody hell, 3.5 hours of interview. Now the original, or the video that's going to be online after tonight for the interview for people to watch back when they can watch it back, even if it's in parts. The video that's edited and currently sat on YouTube as private has got a start clip introducing things, and it's got a end clip. What you saw was just the main middle bit of the interview. So anybody watching this, now there's a little end clip and there's a little start clip, but honestly you're not missing much. So there's some people that have had to go off early, they've got work, they'll need to go to sleep, etc, etc. But yes, with regards to the stock situation, yes, the UK 2021 stock is still in trading standards customs limbo. It's still there. So here we are, the 20th of February. In 5 days, that will mark 4 months. 4 months of the stock being pulled. So solicitors are on the job at the minute for the distributors, the UK distributors. And basically, we're still awaiting an outcome of some sort. So at this time, for RCB Productions they're still not going anywhere at this time. The only thing that's ever been released is the adult sparkle costume, because they pulled one out of the pack and it was adult size, so they let it go. Which is bloody stupid, as we've said on stream many times before, because the sparkly costume material and the type of mask mould in the costume is an EU stamp. So put them two together and you basically got a deluxe 25th anniversary, haven't you? So why don't they release them, you know? But yes, sadly it's still in limbo at the minute. Let's have a look. Does anyone know why there's an increased surge in demand for EU masks? Yes. Specifically 2017 made. I don't think it's really specifically 2017 made. It's just a case of 2017s were a lot harder to find. I only ever found under 20 of them, and a few have gone to fans over time. But I think basically EU stamps are always a mask type that's well in demand anyway, especially when it's got a new smell on it that's similar to the vanilla in the past. But yeah, overall, you're asking about the zombies and the bleeding zombies. I've not seen the bleeding zombies for years, so I don't know what's going on there. The last time I saw zombies was 2020. So again, supply and demand with regards to 2021. Was there any zombies made? Not that I know of, because we've never seen any. So yeah, it's like some of the questions on that interview, you know, I don't know all the answers. Sometimes, unfortunately, RJ doesn't always know all the answers. It depends what's going on. Same with regards to the question about this chap, the plastic full shroud mask. So is it ever going to return? And he said, obviously, on the interview, send me an email and I'll investigate. So sometimes people just have to investigate and find out what's going on. But did anyone notice that in the interview there, I did the American accent a couple of times and he heard it? There's so much going on. See, people didn't think I'd do it. There it was. But aside from that, I hope you enjoyed the interview. I hope you found it informative. I hope people took note of why the Scary Movie Killer mask was never made, because it wasn't a decision of RJ specifically at the office saying, oh no, we're not going to do that one. It was basically the mass retailers have the control. Same with the oil slick, you know. So if the mass retailers look at it, go, well, we're not going to buy it, we don't think there's any interest, it's not good, because the collectors want it, but we can't have it. So, you know, Scary Movie Killer, oil slick, just being two of those types. But also, yeah, look what he said about a possibility of a limited number of recreated Fantastics, you know. Maybe one day, but it's a maybe, you know. In a limited number for a certain time, he said. So, you know, it's not the worst interview. It's not the worst interview. It's a bloody good interview, in my own opinion. It was one of the longest interviews I've ever done, especially when I'm interviewing him, you know. Jesus. But, yeah, I hope people found it very informative. I hope you now can understand RJ a lot better, because previously to this, people hear about RJ via what I say, or they see what he says on Twitter, or, you know, whether he's posting pictures or putting cryptic tweets up, you know. Now you've got a bit more of understanding about how he is, his temperament, how he responds, how sometimes he doesn't say anything and gives a facial expression because of the quote from his book. But yeah. Hey, are we taking the piss already? Are we taking the piss already? Look at this. His Scottish accent is just as bad. Hey, be nice, I've just given you something you all wanted. Be nice. Come on. And I remember I revealed my identity a year ago. Yes, you did, Carrie Ann. You need to come back on as well. Show us that newer Black Tag ASIS Gen 2. But yeah, such a good interview that I didn't even feel like it was 3 hours. It was 3.5. But yeah, it did get me a little bit when the interview's playing and this question's being asked, this question's being answered, people are liking it, and then all of a sudden in the chat there's people talking about fake masks. I'm like, seriously, you want to talk about this when we've got this rare occasion, this rare interview, and now you want to talk about this fake piece of crap mask on eBay that people are kissing arse of the seller of? Seriously? A rare interview people are pining for, and someone's on about fake mask? I was like, I don't believe this. That's the only thing that got me a little annoyed. But yeah, but look at Scottish Lindsay, Scottish fans, huh? Got a mention, huh? Sent him some chocolate, yeah. I wonder who gave people the idea of sending him chocolate. Oh, me? Yeah, I know. But yeah, something's going on with regards to something RJ's having done for Woodsborough Slasher in the chat, Scottish Lindsay, All I said to RJ is that a favourite colour's blue, and this was before the interview. I said, her favourite colour's always been blue, she loves blue metallic. And I don't know what he's thinking, I don't know what he's having done. And he said, as he said in the interview, it'll be a little while, but it'll be worth it. So I've got no idea what he's going to send her as a thanks, because she helped him out or something, But overall, though, Jesus Christ, that was the longest interview I've ever done. And yeah, I hope all of you basically found it very informative, and that a lot of your questions was answered. It's typical, really, because the last 2 weeks I've been wanting to put this online, but we can't. Just in case there's people that find a problem with it. And, this was the only Sunday upcoming that I had off, so this is the only Sunday in the last few weeks I could do this. So, a bit of a git that I had to wait, but at the same time, I think it was worth the wait with regards to the fans' reactions. But, yeah. But I'm surprised with Dylan in the chat here. Cutting room floor. All I know now is your impression of him sucks. Yes. But Dylan also watches the interview, and now he's got a different idea of how RJ is as a person, you see. So this is the good bit. This is the nice bit, where they've seen the person for themselves, video chat, responding as they respond, answering questions that fans want to know the answers to. And remember what I said? There was only a couple of questions where he just gave a short yes or no, So, I think he's just sent me another message, RJ sent another message on Twitter. I'm just going to see what it says. I'm curious what he's putting there. Ah, yes. Yeah. So, I know that... let's clear my phone off. There you go. So I know that some people have started watching this from the beginning, like probably 3/4 into the original stream. So I'm going to currently leave the stream video online, probably until the early hours, or probably even until tomorrow morning in the UK. So after tomorrow morning, this stream will be totally missing from the listings, and it will be set to private. So I will then put a new link on social media, all platforms that I'm on, of the video as a standalone video. So that's got a little bit of a start clip for 4 minutes. It's got a bit of an end clip after the interview ends, and of course the main interview is the main part. So we'll get that sorted out. Love the interview. Well done for making it happen. Took time to mention me. Yes, go get some sleep, Scottish Lindsay. Yeah, go get some sleep. Thank you for watching. Thank you for making it happen. Huge respect. I know. I hope a lot of people enjoyed it. And RJ just said the same on a text. He says, I really hope that people understood and enjoyed it. And there were some instances where he says, Fun World are aggressive with regards to copyright. But again, he gave his reasons why they're aggressive. Because if you don't protect what you've got, you could lose it. So I really hope that people that have really been here from start to finish of this stream, which we'll finish in a minute, just have a hell of a better understanding and know why Fun World do what they do, and and understand the fact that things aren't always so simple with regards to recreation of fantastics or particular mask types. It just ain't so easy sometimes, is it? And you are at the mercy of the retailers. But it was nice to have an explanation of the COVID situation and the shipping and the supplies. Again, other people in other companies could say, well, we don't have to answer that. We don't have to explain ourselves to you. But he did, and honestly, I give the chap full respect for that. He had all these questions which some people probably wouldn't have even answered, and he answered every one of them. What's that? Me and him have something coming down the pipes. Also missed the live streams. Can't wait for this video to spread. Yeah. Mr. Bartron, RJ is great. I still remember when I sent my book in for him to sign with a note, and he posted the note onto his Twitter in appreciation. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, again, something he doesn't do as much anymore because people eBay the damn things 2 months later, or even a shorter time later, depending. I would love if Funworld opened a UK office in London, just imagine the demand. Well, the main distributors is in Belfast. So, of course, just literally across the water from Liverpool, but that's about as close as you're going to get as far as I know. What else have we missed? Truthfully, a good interview on both parties' account. Yeah, it was a good interview. I mean, I enjoyed even filming it 2 weeks ago. And I made myself late for work as well. I said to work, I says, look, this rare opportunity is happening to do this interview. I says, end of the day, that there was another chap on, because I'm currently on my own at work. This other chap had swapped a shift with an ex-colleague of mine that's now left. But he had to stick to what he'd swapped, and he had to be in. So even though I was about an hour and 20 minutes late to work, this other chap was there just in case things went wrong, you know. But thankfully nothing did go wrong, and they accepted my lateness and said, yeah, it's not a problem. I says, well, I'll tell you what, I'll work an hour and a half extra just to say thanks, even though I was 1 hour 20 minutes late. Ooh, big spender with the extra 10 minutes. But the point is I made up for it, and they didn't have one problem whatsoever. So I always remember thinking it was about 50 questions, and I always remember thinking about question 37 or 38 and thinking, gee, look at the time, you know, I'm not going to get to work at this point. But all in the back of my head, I just kept thinking, you know what, sod work. You know, nothing's really going to happen up there. They're not going to get desperate because somebody's always there, and this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Although we did say on the end it could possibly happen again, just not as long. But yeah, just during the interview I kept checking the time, and I was getting worried. But as you saw on the main interview now, just to try and dumb down the waffling a bit, it was unedited. Yeah, so here's me moaning about the cat moaning at some point. There was a time where I looked out the door, you could see me pressing the button on the GoPro to start recording again. So it was fully unedited, as you saw it. And even RJ at the end there, oh my god, you know, you realise we've been talking almost 3.5 hours? Yeah. What's this? Please could you... What? Please could I explain the situation with fake masks? Please elaborate, as this is strangely interesting. People make fake masks and pass them off as real. Yes. Okay. Let's get one thing perfectly straight with this. Fake masks have recently appeared on eBay websites, ebay.com.co.uk, etc. All over the place. 2 or 3 different sellers, but the same shit being sold. Number 1, none of these masks are real. Yeah. Number 2, none of these masks have supposedly passed factory regulations, rules, standards, etc. Yeah. Number 3, these are not authorised or approved. Number 4, these masks are made off real Funworld masks, we believe. Don't know for sure, but it's probably 99% proof that they've cloned all the scary movie types, the EU stamp, the zombie, and for some stupid reason there's been a flexible devil mask made. Whereas a devil is not a flexible mask, we all know that. It's a hard plastic mask, or a hard PU mask, as it was originally described in 2017 Funworld's catalogues when it first appeared. Yeah, obviously the devil in 2021 changed a bit. It had the Dead by Daylight hood added instead of the standard shroud what we had years before. So all of these pieces of crap that are now appearing on eBay for whatever prices they are not approved, not official, never tagged, and basically cheap imitations of Funworld's mess. If you continue to buy these, just remember one thing. By buying these pieces of fake crap, you are funding and putting money into people's pockets that are doing stuff they should not be doing. Now, I am not the police in any shape, way, or form. I am not the law in any shape, way, or form. I am not anything to do with Fun World whatsoever. But honestly, if you continue to buy this fake crap, you are only funding the sellers to make more and to sell more. So please, I can only ask politely, don't buy them. Wouldn't you honestly prefer a real EU stamp Fun World vanilla smelling mask? Even if it's the 25th that you get lucky on, even if it's an old 2017. You know, wouldn't you really prefer a real Fun World mask? Rather than these pieces of crap that going out of there that aren't approved. Yeah. I'm sure you would prefer a real one. Yeah. I'm just checking the chat. Yes, but some people pass these things off as real because they look real. The stamp on the back of the chin, Eastern Limited Ink made in China, looks the part. I've not personally got any of these masks. I'm not funding any of these sellers. A lot of fans have decided to purchase these, which is unfortunate, I'll say. But when you see pictures of these things, you could be fooled if you're a new collector as to thinking maybe this is real, it's just not got a tag or no smell, you know. But honestly, they are not real. They are fake as shit and not authorised or approved, and you don't even know if they're properly safe. What do you do with a mask? Unless you're a collector and you just display it, but what do you do with a mask? You put it on your face. Yeah? What if it's been made from something that isn't factory regulated and you could, you know, end up with health problems because of it, you know? I've heard of it happening. Not with these masks particularly, but, you know, people that have been mask makers, oh yeah, if they don't do this and if they don't do that, it's dangerous. So yes, EU masks, zombies, devils, all of the scary movies, and even the Viper have all been cloned. And that's what it is. It's a clone of a real mask, but not real. So please, do not buy these bloody things. Again, I'm just someone with a website and I'm a fan like anyone else. But if you buy these, then it ain't good. Let's try and just get the real mask and enjoy the real mask, you know. RJ said on the interview, the EUs, you're probably going to see him again. Yeah, the sparkle hoods, you might see him again. The costumes, you maybe see him again, you know, who knows. Think about what he said, yeah. They know that the fans, that they didn't have enough for demand, but they now know that these things were in high demand, and it's only because of COVID-related issues and shipping and supply problems that people didn't get everything they wanted last year. Even us in the UK, I mean, look at it. Our stock is held, but you know, they know that the general interest of these items, the interest was big time, you know. People were pining for them. People were selling out when they did get them, you know. So they know that it's a popular product, and what's the company do when they've got a popular product? They're going to, you know, look into doing it again, hopefully. Let me have a look. I am beeping. It's RJ on a text. So yes. But yes, apparently, and I say apparently, again, I've not got 100% proof of this, but most of these sellers that are selling these fakes are listed in China. So whether they're coming out of Fun World factories and it's not known, or whether they're coming out of factories and somebody just cloned it and they made their own molds, I honestly have no idea whatsoever. But all of these listings where you think, oh, I can finally get an EU mask for a cheap price, it's not real. Please don't buy it. Yeah. Oh, okay, RCB. Yeah, I'm just looking at your thing here. Keep seeing all these people buy them, knowing they are fake and kind of bragging. Yeah, it does get a bit annoying when some fans go, well, they're better than what Fun World do. Are they? Seriously? No, they're not. They're cheap shit. Cheap shit. It helps that I typically buy masks with tags on 99% of the time, yes. But yeah, I honestly don't know if they're made China, whether they're made somewhere else. I mean, anyone anyone anywhere in the world can put their seller destination as whatever they want to put it, you know. I mean, what if I went on eBay, start selling some of the collection? Not that I'm going to. And, oh yeah, the item location is Shanghai, you know. I could put that. Doesn't mean it is Shanghai, though, does it? Because I'm UK. But yeah, so I don't know. That's why I don't buy random masks off eBay and only buy from reputable sellers in collector community, yes. Amen, Mr. Steve. Honestly, these masks look so good to be clones. Look too good to be clones. I honestly think they're coming right off the mark. I don't know, Mickey. I honestly don't know. I can only hope that information is found out in the future and it's going to be stopped. At the end of the day, a good Ghostface mask is a Fun World Ghostface mask. Whether it's a 2021 EU stamp with the sparkly hood, whether it's a 2017 you got lucky finding, whether it's a 90s EU stamp with the ASIS on the top, you know, on the tag. Point is, all these masks we've been collecting for so many years, all of us, all among us, you know, we've always collected Fun World masks. Why should these fake pieces of crap take over, you know? They shouldn't at all. There's no reason whatsoever. Sell your collection. Pick me. No. There's nothing being sold, but we did get a couple of new masks recently. So these were originally from my collection anyway, that I did a deal with Clive with. And yeah, these started life as a white mask, but I'm sure you've seen these on the Instagram or social media. But yeah, like a toxic mask, like a gold and a green. See if the new camera's going to pick up on the manufacture date. So there you go, yeah. See, originally 2018 mask, that. Oh, it's so nice to have a camera that focuses. And then yeah, the blue silver. And I believe he had a couple of red ones done as well. So the red in the background that's behind a couple of me chromed. Yeah, that's no longer the only red, there's two more been done. But again, this blue and silver. Again, a 2018 mask. And we can get a bloody focus on it. There you go. But yeah, these started out life as white masks. And I'm sure you've seen this before. Again, social media, etc. Right. Apart from that, I think it's time to go. We've currently been streaming for 4 hours and 10 minutes. Of course, yes, the interview was the main runtime. But yeah, it's time to let you all go, carry on with your lives. I can see there's almost 30 viewers. I honestly believe most of them viewers are watching this interview back at different portions. I don't think they're watching this. I don't think all the viewers are watching this back live right now. But yeah, thank you all for coming along, for watching. I know it's not always the easiest thing to think, God, there's an interview he's doing, but it's 3.5 hours long, for God's sake, you know. But I hope you all found it very interesting and informative. I'm sure most of you have. RJ was, you know, worried people are going to get bored. I'm like, well, you know, this doesn't happen often, so hopefully they'll watch it start to finish and understand a lot more about how you work, RJ, you know, and what goes on at Fun World, and the fact that, unfortunately, in many occasions, it's the mass retailers that make collectors' lives hell in a way, because the oil slick didn't have the interest. And, you know, same with other mask types out there as well, you know, just didn't have the interest. But yeah, aside from that, we've got to go. Let's have a look. Thank you for your help. I'll send you an email. Yes, in the UK now it's just almost 25 past midnight. But yeah, if anyone, I know people was mentioning it earlier on the chat, when the interview I think has not long started. Yes, I do play Dead by Daylight. If you add me on there, I'm on Steam on Dead by Daylight, PC Steam. If you search for Ghostface with a hash and then 3EAF, I'll put it in the chat. Then basically that's the Ghostface you want to add, because that's me, if you do want to add me. So I'll put it in the Ghostface 3EAF. I think it's like that. But yeah. Some bitch, says Kyle, some bitch. I only see those comments ready to be approved on the YouTube itself, not on the actual streaming software. But yeah, weird. But yeah, Ghostface #3EAF. If you look up on type in looking for players, whether you're on console, whether you're on whatever, it doesn't matter. The 3EAF Ghostface is me. So if you want to add, then there you go. Great stream, really enjoyed it. Thank you, Martin. Much love to you and RJ. Thank you, Melinda. No better way to spend my Sunday. Cheers, Screen Ghost. Thanks again, he says. Good night, sir. Thanks again so much, Mr. Jigsaw, I'll say, on this occasion. You know, one person I didn't see in here that I thought we may have done, Douglas. Where's he been? Where's Douglas? Maybe I'll watch it back at a different time. But, yeah. We'll leave you in peace. Thank you for watching. Yeah. 4 hours, 14 minutes just clocked. So I'll count myself out as I normally do so I don't get chopped off. But we'll see you next time, which possibly could be next week, next Sunday. We'll see. I know I am off next Sunday with work because that's how the shifts follow. With a 4 on 4 off. So yeah. Now send me that tag, fantastic. Aye. You wish. But I'll do a count out, but we'll speak to you all soon. Alright. See you later.